What's up, y'all? Welcome to the Night Talk here in the Freedom Revolution Network. I am your host, Dwayne Land. I'm with your co-host, TLO. TLO, what is up, my man?
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen?
So, guys, tonight is just kind of another laid-back night. Just a night to relax, nothing serious. Here on the Night Talk. Well, that's the thing. When have we ever really had a serious conversation here on the Night Talk lately?
Well, they usually get serious, but we try to keep it light.
Yeah, we try. We definitely do try to keep it light. We definitely do try to keep it under wraps. We really do, Tilo, and you ain't never lied about that. Um, you know, and I guess the thing is too, TLO, is I really haven't been on lately.
Now, a lot of people have stuff going on in their lives, so it's understandable.
I work a part-time midnight job, at McDonald's, which by the way has gotten better.
That's good.
I have talked with my manager at work. But also, guys, later in the show, I'm going to have you guys pick between three pictures, between one, two, and three. And TLO, if you will, let me know what viewers are saying in what pictures, they're seeing and they want, you know, and want to see.
Yeah, I understand.
Because guys, Dwayne is finally um oh, that is Scarlet Anonymous popping into the show.
Hello.
Scarlet, how are you
I have.
tonight?
I'm alright.
I
For
know
you all.
you got that burning ass headache.
Yeah, I've got some comedy for you all though.
Oh, is it that fucking video I showed you?
No, no, it is not. Okay, so I seen a meme online that was like, if you want a good laugh, go here, right?
Right.
So
Right.
I went, and it did not disappoint. So let's talk about this. Hold on, let me pull it up first.
Or tag
Now,
me in it and I can pull it up.
no, I'm doing it. Screw you, Dwayne. Um,
Can you screen share it?
no, because I don't have a computer.
So I'm saying I was gonna screen share it for you.
No, because there's a whole bunch of them, so I guess it really doesn't matter. Okay, so it was like, if you're having a bad day, go read the reviews on Amazon, right? Okay.
Right. With you so far.
For right. I gotta find the right one. Hold on. Oh my god, I gotta find the right one.
Oh, my thing actually stayed the same this time. Thank God.
Um, fuck, I need the link. Shit. Hold on. Am I back?
Yeah, you're here.
Okay, because I knew that was gonna happen. You know,
Scar, where'd you go?
gummy bears, right?
Right.
So I go, okay, and there is a review. All right, okay. One of our beloved physicians brought a bag of gummy bears to work to share with the staff one night shift, not realizing they were the famous, dreaded sugar-free gummies.
Mm,
So like that already sets precedent, right?
right.
So several staff throughout the shift grabbed a handful of gummies while passing by, and each have their own near miss stories, but here is mine. The next morning, I have to run an errand about an hour and a half from my house. On the drive back down a curvy back country road, my stomach instantly begins to cramp, and I feel the immediate urge to empty my bowels. Frantic, as I realize I'm not going to make it home, I start searching for a place to pull over the end of a gated logging road, perhaps. I'm speeding along, arching my back, practicing Lamaze breathing techniques, anything to stall the inevitable. I pass the first turnoff that has a sheriff's car parked at the end and keep searching with sweat pouring down my forehead and bubbling noises in my guts that drown out the heavy metal on the stereo. Finally, I spot the end of a brushy trail, whip my truck sideways, thrusting the driver's side open, leaping from the seat. I scurry around to the other side. I turn around with fingers in waistband about to drop in tow and realizing it is indeed the end of a driveway and folks are outside staring down the road at me, wondering who this crazed individual is about to do. For several moments, I seriously considered just completing the task, but could not imagine my parents seeing the cell phone video of myself on social media later in the day. I scurried back around the truck, and halfway there, my ability to hold back the hot lava flow of liquid stool from making a hasty exit out of my spasming rectum was lost, and I crapped my pants right there on the side of the road next to my truck. My bowels cramped up and expelled every drop of liquid from my body. At that point, I'm now standing there with leggings full of hot liquid stool running into my shoes and debating on what the next course of action should be. Of course, I have no extra clothes or any towels in my truck. What do I do? Do I call someone? Do I drive home the remaining 20 minutes? After a few moments of self reflection, I decided to strip off my shirts and lay them on the seat of my truck and get inside. It was a rather uncomfortable drive home with the windows all down and skin burning on the backs of my legs and buttocks. It was the longest 20-minute period of my time I've ever experienced in my entire life. I alternated between crying and laughing at the situation and checking the speedometer like a paranoid drunk because I can't possibly get pulled over right now because what would I say? Yes, officer, I crap my pants. That's what that smell is, tears streaming down my face. I finally arrive home, screeching to a halt in the driveway in front of the open automatic garage door I triggered as I was drifting the curve onto my road. Holding the bottoms of my pant legs closed tight, I awkwardly staggered into my house and immediately into the shower, fully clothed. Fast forward 3 weeks, and I'm at work hearing about other incidents, and the light bulb clicks on. 35 years old, and I had to reset the clock for how long since you last crap your pants countdown. Thanks, Dr. Hansen. Lesson learned. Make sure the gummy bears are not the sugar-free version. So there's another story. Okay.
Oh my God.
My flight was leaving at 8 in the morning. After
Oh, boy.
awakening and trying to get to the airport, I forgot to grab something to eat. Usually, I take my time and do things in order, but not this day. I was traveling from Boston to LA, coming home from a work trip. I do it regularly, so nothing was new to me. I stayed in the same hotel and knew the time I needed to leave up to get to the airport on time. During my work trip, I stopped at a convenience store and saw these gummy bears and thought they'd be perfect for my son Charlie. He loves gummy bears and gummy worms, so the morning I was head back to LA, I slept through my alarm. That never happens. I rushed out of the hotel and threw those gummies in my carry-on bag to make it on time to the airport. After speeding and filling up gas in the rental, I made it to my gate as they were boarding. I get on the plane and head down the aisle to my window seat near the middle of the plane. I asked politely for the two older ladies sitting in the middle and the aisle seats if I could pass to my seat. The lady must have been around 80 years old, so it took her some time to get up and make sure she was holding on to something so I didn't fall as she stepped into the aisle. I thanked them and I settled into my seat. Fast forward 20 minutes as we reach our cruising altitude of 30,000 feet. I grab my carry-on to grab my headphones and I see the gummy bears. Since I'm hungry and I need something, I decided to open them up and have a few to hold over till we land. Would save some for my son, so I had maybe 4 or 5. But I had 4 or 5 too many because once the bears had a few minutes to adjust to their new home, they began to work. It started out with a little cramp, which is normal with gassing on a plane. You do not want to fart on a plane, so you hold it in. It's airplane etiquette. So it would come and go over a few minutes, and I thought nothing of it. Then it got worse. The cramps intensified. The sweating started. I began to look at the older ladies looking over at me. About 30 minutes into eating these bears, I went through, oh, these are just farts. I can hold them, to, oh, dear God, not here. I have been a Christian my whole life, and this is the test. If there's a God, please help me leave this plane with my dignity intact. After waiting for the intense cramp wave to pass, I stood up and jumped over these 2 women. I could not wait for them to stand, so I stood up, my back facing them, and tried to shimmy past. I think a toot came out because I heard one say, "Oh Lord, was that you?" After reaching the aisle, I waddled back to the plane, where the least amount of risk would be. To my dismay, it was in use, the left one bathroom in the front. I looked down and saw my Mount Everest. I had to somehow keep my wet cheeks tighter than Fort Knox while waddling forward whilst no one was paying attention to get out of their seats. After 5 minutes of stop and go, I made it to the bathroom and pulled out my pants as I entered the bathroom. The doors was still unlocked as the sweet release was underway. I thought I died, and I thought this wasn't. Even though I was on the throne confessing my sins, I thought my time was called. I lost how many counts on knocks on the door there was, but it had to have been in there for 45 minutes, but I made it. I washed my hands, threw water in my face to calm me down. After I opened the door, I saw the faces looking back at me. Apparently the seal to the bathroom was not airtight, letting the slightest airflow from the bathroom to the main cabin possible. These were daughters, mothers, and children looking at me. I could feel their questions. What have you done? We still have 2 hours left. Please divert them this plane.
Oh my God.
As I began walking down, the man in the first row of first class grabbed my arm and he said, "Hey man, where's your seat?" Confused, I told him, and he said, "Go get your stuff and come back and sit here. You need this more than me." I was embarrassed and ashamed. I had a family at home waiting for me.
Wow.
Bruh, there are a bunch of these fucking stories, man. Like,
How
somebody
could
was like,
they let something like that get on the market?
dude,
Right.
because
Like,
I bet you they're
seriously,
made
though.
with xylitol. No, I bet you they're made with xylitol. Xylitol is a sugar-free component that a lot of people are using now for sweeteners, right? But the symptom of xylitol, especially for pets, it can kill dogs and I believe cats. But the symptom of xylitol for humans in overconsumption is loose stool. So usually xylitol is only used in like gum or maybe toothpaste, a product that you wouldn't necessarily ingest, right? And some xylitol is made to ingest, but for some reason, whatever they put in these damn gummy bears, I don't fucking know. So they say that somebody said this was the day my life changed. I bought a bag of these delicious Satan snacks, and they took me to the past. It took me back to the
What
day
the
that
fuck?
Pompeii erupted. Yeah,
Satan snacks. I fucking love it.
Satan snacks. Yeah, it took me back to the day Pompeii erupted, and instead of lava, there was hot brown liquid feces exploding out of what could be the black pit of hell. As I was sitting on my toilet, sweaty as fuck, it felt like I was in a sauna after drinking veggie-free kombucha while being punched in the gut by Arnold Schwarzenegger. The worst part was I didn't have any toilet paper. I questioned if I should use my dog while the sweaty crack of hell, but I'd rather shoot him before I put him that hell-like place. And all in all, 10 out of 10, great gift. Would buy again. Somebody said I ate half of a 6-ounce bag I picked up at CVS. They changed the color of the bag. I didn't know. I spent 24 hours in the fetal position on my bathroom floor repeating, "Please, God, why?" I still don't have an answer. Somebody said stand by for jet propulsion. Did you hear that sonic boom? Yeah, that was me after 3 of these. Somebody said diapers needed. I was waiting in the Walmart checkout line and looked to my left to find a pleasant surprise. A pack of Haribo gummy bears somebody had dropped off and decided not to get. After trying to eat healthy for weeks, it was a sign. I needed those gummy bears. They needed me. So I decided to get them and ate the whole bag right before bed, of course. A few hours later, I woke up in the middle of the night because the bed was wet. I really realized I was the cause of the spill. I rushed to the bathroom and the fire hose exploded, gushing for minutes. I cleaned up the mess and went back to bed, only for this pleasant exposure to happen 2 more times during the night. On my third date with the throwing around 5:30 a.m., a thought exploded into my brain, almost intense as my bottom half all night. Those gummy bears must have been sugar-free. After cleaning everything up and onto our last set of sheets, I rummaged through the trash and found indeed that the whole bag of gummy bears where I've eaten are sugar-free. If the reviews are true,
I'm about to fucking piss myself, dude. I'm laughing so fucking hard. I'm gonna keep eating my fucking blank.
Oh,
if you need a good clean out, this product is for you.
yeah.
Fuck that. Fuck a good clean out. See,
Seriously.
keep fucking sugar-free gummy bears the fuck away from me, you assholes.
Work like a charm. Bought these after reading the reviews and decided to prank my cousin. It worked like a charm. After eating handfuls, he was on the toilet for days. He continued to eat them, not knowing why they were the cause of his
Oh.
Only when he finished his bag did I reveal the secret.
Oh my goodness. I might have to use
Wow.
that one.
Right? Better than Miralax. I was in a financial pinch and just having paid our taxes with what little money. This was April 15th of last year. Was saving what little money left under the seats of our couch. I was able to
their taxes.
No. I was in a financial pinch just having paid our taxes. With what little money left under the seats of our couch, I was able to scrunch up $10. As you can tell, it's been years since we've cleaned our couch. 25 years to be exact.
Wait
So
a second.
$10 is a reasonable fine. I went to the store to purchase some medicine. I only had the $10 from the couch, but Miralax was $11 with tax. But these gummies, free 2-day shipping, I knew this was a win-win. Just only waiting 2 days, the prize gummies made it to their door. Just opening the smell from the bag made my bowels rumble like a UCF fight. I knew this would do the trick. Forget Miralax. This stuff is the jam. And they literally said the jam. I'm dying over here. My intestines want to specifically thank Haribo and their anti-sugar stance. These outperform any modern medicine when you need to be on the go.
Bro, I'm done. I'm sitting here. I'm so fucking done, dude. Like
People take it on purpose. They're like, yeah, I'm gonna get myself cleansed today.
No,
Okay, here now look. Now look this shit, dude. Here's the next one.
It's the jam.
Okay. This is the jam. He said, this man said this is the jam. This guy says the next one is a delicious treat that should be enjoyed only after the following preparations have been made.
Hey guys,
Number
turn
one.
your cameras on so everyone can see your guys' faces and reactions because I think it would add more to it.
Man, no. Oh my god, if you could even see me right now, there's no way.
Well, not you.
I'm for real. Like, my head hurts so bad, you guys. I wish I could tell these stories on air. Hold on. Let me see what I can do. Like, but okay, I just happened to see this on a friend's post, right? And I was like, oh my god. I was like, let me just go look at these. Because I had just seen that a package had been delivered. So I went downstairs and then grabbed that and then came back up here. And then I was just happening to scroll, my last little scroll before I was about to get on air. And I seen that shit and I was dying. And I was like, oh my god, as soon as I get on air, I'm just going to tell these fucking stories because these are ridiculous. Like, this is just ridiculous. Like, they did not disappoint. Like, at all. Like, they were like, if you need a good laugh, if you're feeling down about your day, this is what you need to read. And I feel like they did not disappoint. I feel like it was everything.
Like that's going to be a t-shirt right there. It's my jam. With the little shit emoji. With the little shit emoji.
It's my jam.
Dude, I can't even believe he said that because you know it's my jam is always my thing too. Okay, so here we go. A delicious treat that should only be enjoyed after the following preparations are made. Number 1, make sure it's Friday and cancel all
Oh,
weekend plans. It's
yeah.
for good measure, go ahead and call in on Monday. 2, call the city and make sure your water bill is paid in full. 3,
Oh my
visit
god.
your local hardware store and purchase a sink attachment for your garden hose as toilet paper will become quickly too painful to bear.
Oh my god.
Bro, just
4, give advance notice to family members, roommates, neighbors, unless you're keen on trying to give birth to a crushed watermelon while convincing your local SWAT team that both the screaming and demonic noises are from you and a dynamic entry would only bring about more needless suffering.
Oh shit.
Redo your restroom in motivational pictures, ones with slogans like "Courage is near," "Hanging on 1 minute longer." Oh, the only easy day was yesterday. No, we need the little kitty one that's like, "Hang on." Remember that one?
I was waiting for that one. Hang on
I
with the big eyes.
Yes. I also advise posting up the suicide prevention hotline number or having a dedicated friend or other support group walk you through the load times. Lastly, I must strongly urge you to consider why you are thinking of buying this product. Is it a sense of deep self-loathing? A reckless sense of self-adventure? Are you researching dysentery? Perhaps you are the drill sergeant of some extreme commando unit seeking to break down the enemy's will by airdropping these into their midst. If you are just curious, then let me say, oh fellow human, beware, for this life is dangerous enough, and next time, if I want a thrill, I'll skydive without a parachute. That way, I'll at least have a chance.
I'm done with you, Scarlett. I'm so fucking done at this point.
Oh,
Guys,
okay.
if y'all are
Here's.
watching-
Oh, I guess they use maltol.
Hold on,
Maltol is made from labs from the sugar maltose, which is one of sugars made of 2 rings of oxygen and carbon and can be joined together. To make sugar alcohol, chemists break on one of those rings apart. The remaining ring still activates the sweet centers in our taste buds, and our bodies can use energy. The broken ring, on the other hand, passes through the digestive system largely untouched, which means fewer calories and also very unpleasant side effects.
Oh my.
Bro, like, look, guys, for any of you that are on here tonight, I'm hoping you're having a good fucking laugh because Scarlett is just providing the best fucking comedy.
Oh,
Dude,
I'm getting some of this shit. I'm getting it. And
Dude,
someone's fucking catching it.
I will preface this. I will state it's not good to upset anyone in the military supply network. It's especially true for a supply NCO, who can both be creative and vindictive to those who earn his ire. One of my biggest pet peeves was troopies who walked into my supply room and decided to go update through things on my counter or desk. It is the reason I purchased 2 bags of these sweet little revenge snacks. I briefed my minions that morning that these snacks were to be unsullied by their hands. I told them I would know and it would not go unpunished by myself and the higher powers. They thought I was joking, but decided not to attest my authority before my eyes. With that said, I placed the bowl on the back part of the counter, just in reach to anyone loitering inside my supply room. The rules were posted for all to see when they came in, so that they were warned. A large sign that says, if you touch my stuff, you will be punished. They decided to test me, I guess. On this weekend, we were set to do general cleaning and maintenance with the battalion, so my desk was rather busy. Battalion headquarters supply room. I was in and out of my office all day. I made sure to take measurements of my bowl of horror every time I came back. Shortly before lunch, my unholy wrath began to strike. My supply room is 1 door down from the latrines, and the row of male commodes is on the other side of the wall from my desk. It was the first, but not the last. With initially heralded by the sound of Gabriel's trumpet escaping the sphincter of one poor soul, he hit the latrine. It sounded like as he kicked the stall door open. For the next 30 minutes, I listened to the sounds of a live humpback whale being butchered by a blind man wielding a chainsaw. It was not long before another troop, this time a female, made her way to the latrine. She came in from the indoor pistol range and had to cross in front of my door. I saw a pale woman with sweat streaking her face. She was hobbling on one hand on the wall for support and the other one on her stomach, praying just for a little more time. For lunch, I ripped into an MRE and listened to the ever-growing chorus of those who had so far snuck down half of my bowl of brightly colored improvised colon explosive devices. Remember SNL and Colon Blow?
Yep.
I was not sure on the other side of the building was seeing the same activity in my latrines, but the smell reached my door by the end of lunch. Good thing I was stationed with the infantry unit for the first 4 years of my career, so I was accustomed to bad odors.
Yeah.
One of my minions did not return from lunch, so I volunteered another to perform a suicidal scouting mission into the male latrine in search of my wayward soul. He was there and had been in there since the beginning of lunch. Gabriel's trumpet. Wow. Yeah, exactly,
Right.
Mike. That's what I said when I heard that shit, Gabriel's trumpet. Like, they played games. So I volunteered. Oh, no. He was there, blah, blah, blah. By 1500, 3 p.m., I was told that the unit was being locked down and there was an emergency meeting in the briefing room. I had suspicion of the reason, but I attended as I was ordered to do so. By then, my bowl of gelatinous bowel howitzer ammunition was 1/4 filled. The meeting began slightly off schedule. At 15:22, is my fan about to crap out? I'm so sad, y'all. Like, it sounds like it's about to die. Hold on. Okay. So then the sergeant major, at 15:22, the sergeant major walked into the room and looked as if he had just performed a 3-day combat operation without sleep. The battalion XO walked in and not left long after and looked at he'd been intimately assaulted by a rather insistent horse. I used all my military bearing to keep cracking a joke about the cavalry officers walking bow-legged. The battalion surgeon walked in and told us there was a high chance that the unit had come in contact with a strange stomach bug. Roughly half of the battalion was complaining of stomach cramps and explosive diarrhea. And it only seemed to be mostly affecting HHC, the headquarters, and SECO, the company that was on the building that was on the side of us. Oh, crap. Yeah, hold on. And also the medics. Until symptoms cleared up, the unit was in lockdown and cleaning mode. I went back to my supply room with the intent to bag up the remaining evidence of my involvement, only to find that the bowl was missing. My minions were too wrapped up to notice anything, though, so I began a search for the evidence that would probably land me in front of a firing squad. The empty bowl was located in the admin offices. Someone found it and decided to liberate it from my supply room for the only group I didn't want to upset, but they had already consumed the remainder of the biological weapons. As I left with the bowl, I heard the familiar sound of incoming fire from the senior pay clerk's desk, followed by shortly sounded like Lamaze breathing. That's the second time we've heard Lamaze breathing. That weekend, the entire building was cleaned from one side or the other. MREs were consumed in hopes of plugging the torrential flood of liquid terror, and every door was open with fans going with a cup of Pine Sol in every room. 3/4 of the enlisted and half of the officers were hit with the mystery stomach bug, and the medical supply room was in desperate need of more IV kits. I don't know if my message got across, but it definitely was an entertaining weekend.
See, I'm getting those.
Yeah, that is hilarious, you guys. Somebody said, I got these in my stocking for Christmas. Santa hates me.
Right?
And they said this person said they ate 3.
Exactly. Just 3.
I mean, this is concerning.
Exactly.
Somebody
That's what I'm
says,
saying.
I sit here writing this review from 4 a.m. from my porcelain throne, a fixture you will all become too familiar with if you choose to eat these cute little bears from the pits of hell. I had to eat a pound of these little bastards after Man City must have thought they were playing American football over the week and lost a team to Arsenal scrubs. They were a bit chewy overall, appeared nothing to be more than your average gummy bears. After about 2 hours, with little more than some mild stomach cramps, feeling like one would expect eating from any pound of candy, I began to wonder if I gotten some duds. Like the slow buildup of a Martin Scorsese film, however, these bears were waiting for their baptism scene to destroy my insides. It started with the cramping, very akin to doing 1,000 crunches and then being forced to hold the 1,001st crunch indefinitely. Then came the
Oh.
initial run, which opened the proverbial floodgates. I'm over 30 and I'm beginning to wonder if these bears know that they want to send me back to the can for each year I've been on this earth to make me wonder why I'd ever been born.
Oh,
In
shit.
between the gastrointestinal bouts of pressure washing inside my toilet from my anus, I lay in bed feeling as if somebody were to punch me in the stomach, I'd explode, turning the walls of my bedroom into a soiled Jackson Pollock rendition. To give you an idea, I know, right? This is bullshit. I had spent $50 ordering a UFC pay-per-view only to willingly miss the last 2 to 3 fights on the main card because I didn't want to stray too far from my master bathroom. Thankfully for me and my marriage, fearing what might be coming, I convinced my wife to spend the evening at my sister-in-law's because, trust me, fellas, nothing will be gained from your significant other experiencing with you. I'm no longer in pain, but having to make trips back to my master bath on a regular basis. Eat these if you dare, but be forewarned, they are not to be trifled with unless you want your toilet to be the staging ground for the fecal rehearsals of the red wedding from the Game of Thrones.
Oh shit, the red wedding. Oh
Yeah,
my
that's
goodness.
hilarious.
Talk
Oh,
about
that
the
was good.
brown wedding.
The brown wedding, yes. It's hilarious though. So yeah, I saw that meme tonight and I was like, oh, let me go check it out. And I was not disappointed, y'all. So, and that was just like the first few reviews.
That's insane though.
Yeah, and
Bro,
there's so
gummy
many
bears.
reviews. It's hilarious. It's the best thing I've ever seen. And these people write good. Okay, that's all I can say. Like they really tried to capture their experience.
Right.
And I feel like they
Very
do.
very
I feel like they did a
descriptive.
good job. You know, they were really good about this. Like people were like chocolate pain.
Exactly.
Some of the titles kill me, like chocolate pain. Dude was like, I first off, let me say that I pride myself on having a cast iron stomach. Keywords used to.
Oh
These
my
little
god, just stop.
monstrosities initially had no effect, and I was mildly disappointed in my purchase. If there is indeed a hell, that's where my entire digestive system went a few hours after the fact. If I
Oh
have to
my
describe
god.
using a song title, it would have to be Chocolate Rain by Tay Zonday. Some
What?
stay dry, but I definitely felt the pain. It felt like
Oh
World War
shit.
III had just been declared in my stomach with the amount of gurgling it was doing. Part of me, I was terrified, and indeed I was going to die with my pants around my ankles inside a porta potty. It was so bad, I'm fairly certain the cleaners were going to be gagging in the morning when they came through. If you're a sick
Jesus.
bastard who feels like you just deserve some kind of punishment, this is for you. You will think about everything bad you've ever done in your life while praying, sweet merciful death, to tell you it's over. I wasn't reunited with the gum from 3rd grade. I was reunited with the coins I ate in kindergarten. Don't let the generic packaging fool you.
Yes, I'm
Bro,
Yeah,
getting
oh
poop
some of
my
these.
god.
explosion.
I'm
Dude,
getting
poop explosion. Exactly,
these.
Pam.
Okay, so Scarlett, can I interrupt you for a quick second?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
So, guys, so tonight me and Scarlett we're going over some pictures. And since I've got a couple people in here, I know Scarlett's vote, I know TLO's vote, I know my mom's, I know Kenzie's, I know Tim's. Right now, one picture has 4 votes.
Ooh, good stuff.
And I want the audience to pick literally the next painting, not painting, but the next logo I'm going to have. This is going to be my logo till I either drop dead or somehow I'm just not on the network no more. But I'm hoping that never happens. So we're going to go through this again, and we're going to have Scarlett and TLO vote. Yikes, you guys are seeing the conversation that I had. Well, I guess apparently that someone
Well, you
was
can't
shit
do that. Go somewhere else. Get off of her.
I did. Shut up. I didn't know you were there. Quiet. All right, guys. So here are a couple pictures that I want everybody. These are the pictures we're voting on. One.
Okay.
Two.
Oh, let's take down the comments so we can see.
Not that one. Where's my other one? So hide that. That's one. That's two. And that's three. Scarlett, I can't see comments because I'm over here.
Yeah, no, so I've got it. So so let's go through 1, 2, and 3 again.
One.
So if you like 1, vote for 1. This is 1. Vote 2 for 2.
And
And vote 3 for 3.
So TLO and Scarlett, between 1, 2, and 3, which ones y'all vote?
I voted 2.
You voted 2. TLO didn't really have a decision yet because he liked 2 of them. TLO, what was your decision?
I liked most of them though. Like we went through a lot of them before we got it down to
is the
this. And I did like.
original one.
Yeah,
like
but it's an
3.
artist picture, so we don't know if we could use it. Where the other
Yeah,
ones
so-
are stock style photos, so you can get away with it. You know.
TLO likes 2.
3.
You like 3?
Yeah.
That's where I'm at.
Video Kid likes 2 as well.
Okay.
Pam and Mike both like 3.
So I'm up to 4 votes on it's
It's getting tight. I mean, it's gonna be one of those 2. I think it's
So-
either gonna be 2 or 3.
and my
Just from the
mom
votes
liked,
alone.
and my mom liked 1.
Right. So 1 is losing right now. 2 and 3
One-
are in the running.
1's losing, Mom. 2 and 3 is in the running.
Yep. 2 and
Did
3
you know
are in
it's
the running.
raining out, Scarlett?
Is it?
Yeah.
Guys.
Is there any more numbers coming through?
No, I don't think it's raining here. Maybe it's raining at your place.
TLO or Scarlett?
No.
It was just Mike, Pam,
Oh,
and
it is
Video
raining.
Kid that voted.
It's like light rain.
Come on,
Interesting.
guys. I need y'all's votes on this so I can come up with a indefinite logo for the night talk.
Well, that's
Mike
3 out of
said
the
it's
4
3,
people
damn it.
that's watching.
So it's
Yeah, I
3,
guess it
damn it.
would be 3 to 3, I guess, if you think
Yep.
about it.
Well, yeah, it's 3 to 3. So
Wow, it's starting to pick up over here.
So
Oh yeah, that's right. I can do this.
TLO said 3.
Mm-hmm.
I said 3. Mike said 3. Pam said 3.
That
Mel,
would probably put it over.
Mel,
What Mel
Scarlett,
said.
not Mel, but Tim, Scarlett, and
Video Kid.
Mackenzie and Video Kid said 2. Is there a call-in? LOL, I don't even know how I am awake. If there is, and I'll get to that here in a little bit. I try to go like at least an hour into the show before I do call-ins.
Yeah, there'd be just a few more minutes, but yeah, we do have
It's
problems.
neck and neck. I need one more vote. Mom, pick between 2 and 3.
Right.
Shit.
I like both though. Either one. I feel like they're both good. I just, it's hard to choose. I'll tell you why I like 2. I like 2 because it gives you this picture to me of like nighttime introspection, because like you see the picture and you see there's one little dude just standing there, right? And he's just walking along, just thinking about his life in the middle of the night. So that's why I thought to, for me, explain the night talk in a picture. But that's me. I'm just giving my opinion. Where'd TLO go?
Oh wait, I got someone just popped back in.
TLO did.
Tia, your guest will need to connect to their mic and cam. Oh, he's coming back. TLO. Oh, it is raining.
It is raining. Yeah, I just went outside too, and it was raining here too.
Okay, so am I allowed to go to an outside source at this point to get a vote?
Yeah, I guess you can. Oh, Mike said Scarlett has a good point. Ah,
Scarlett has a good point,
thanks, Mike.
but I do want an outside opinion at this point.
Video Kid said word what she said, so I'm with her
I
too.
like 2, but I'm really down on 3, and this is why, and I'll show you all.
Okay, so explain, because this might help us understand more and feel the same way you do. You know what I mean?
Well, fuck it, never mind. My mom just picked.
Oh, did she say 2?
She picked 2.
Yes.
So, guys, number 2 is the official Night Talk. This
We
one
have
right
voted.
here is the new logo. I will upload this to the FRN page so y'all can see it. I will add
and
it
then
to
it'll
my
have,
page.
like the Night Talk with Dwayne Lanham, and, there's space for it.
The reason I like this one, because it shows, like the detail of the sky.
I do like that, too.
It just doesn't show the detail of, but this one, what I really do like about this one, that one was my favorite.
Yeah, I do like that, too.
But the one I like about number 2 is it shows the detail of the whole night.
Right.
So, guys, I really want to thank y'all for literally coming on here and showing that. But I am going to show something else, and I'm going to expose some people real quick. So, Scarlett, you're going to hang with me.
Okay.
Because some bullshit just happened.
I don't think it's raining as hard here, but it was like a little bit of rain.
Because some bullshit just happened.
Okay, hold on. I'm
Y'all
about to...
Yeah, TLO, it's storming pretty bad there.
Yeah, it's not really raining here like that.
TLO, can you hear us?
Yes.
Yeah, so
yeah, the ground's wet, but that's about it. It's not
I want to show you this bullshit. I want to show you this bullshit that just happened.
What just happened?
So, as Scarlett and TLO knows, my smart self has been working on a new Facebook page.
There's been what?
Yes.
I've been working on my new Facebook page. My new Facebook page has only been up for a couple days. I mean, it was up for a while. But I'm going to expose 2 people. Watch this shit. Because I've trusted these people literally since my son was born. And here we go. My screen sharing? Yeah. This has happened within literally the last 24 hours my page has been up.
Which is? You can't really see that.
So it says, does anyone on here talk to Dwayne? If you don't, don't add him. Because I'm going to spell some shit that he has lied since meeting you. Delete him because he will go back and say everything to the Ohio Community Coalition, and I mean everything. Now, mind you, I'm already going through enough shit.
Right.
At the moment.
Right.
And that to happen, I have already texted the Ohio Community Coalition, and I have said, as of today, I am done marching. Unfortunately.
Right.
Because since I've been marching, there's been nothing but bullshit between a couple people, and she's involved.
Right.
I want to explain this, and Scarlet and Teal will know this. When I'm out there marching, I'm not there for me.
Right.
I'm not black. I don't know
Right.
the pain. I'm there as a supporter, but I'm not black.
Right.
Right.
Do I chant? Do I scream? Do I yell? Sometimes, yes. Because black lives do matter. And I am going to say that on air, and both of my co-hosts are black.
Correct.
But
Yes.
I will say this. It's a disappointment that I have to back away because my name's getting drugged through the fucking mud. And she's not even a part of, the fucking coalition. That's the bad fucking thing. And they're going back, talking about behind the coalition's back and saying this shit about me. It's just it's not happening.
Well, see, and that's the hardest part about some of these groups and organizations, and you and I both know this from groups that we've been in. And the sad part is drama is almost impossible to not have in an organization.
Right, and like
Correct.
the Ohio Community
And
Coalition
it sucks.
The Ohio Community Coalition really hasn't done me wrong since our old leader has left.
Right.
You know,
And I get what they're trying to do as a group, and a lot of basically, if people don't know what like the Ohio Community Coalition is, it's like a grassroots movement to try to help, social justice and change, and it's a group of concerned community citizens trying to do something in an actually organized way that isn't just haphazard, and you know what I mean, and just showing up on a street corner. Because what it really comes down to is we can march every night for the rest of our lives, but that doesn't mean anything gets done.
Right, and we're doing more than that. We're getting involved with the city council. We're getting involved with our state senate.
And that's what I mean. Like, you got to go about it the right way because, Portland now has been protesting for 60 days. What have they really gotten out of it? You know what I mean? Honestly, what have they really gotten out of it? They haven't gotten really any change. They haven't really gotten anything passed like we did here, because they've had to be in like constant crisis mode in Portland now for 2 months. Could you imagine if that shit would have been going on for 2 months up here, TLO? It'd be a bloodbath.
And I want to say this too. I'm not bashing Ohio Community Coalition in any way, shape, or form. I love that coalition. Since our former leader stepped down, and I won't say her name.
think it's a group. It's like I said, it's like any grassroots movement where honestly, I haven't met a group that doesn't have bullshit in it.
Right.
I have not. I've just kind of come to accept that when people from all different backgrounds come together under the guise of, the same idea, it's like in school when you used to do fucking group projects. You always have the person who ain't gonna do shit. You always have the shit starter. You always have the bossy one. It's just just kind of the way people are set up.
I actually have someone from another group that we collide really well with here, and his name's Joshua Fetcher. If you guys don't see him in the comments,
I do. Hello.
And Joshua, I'm actually gonna send you the link because I want you to even come on here. And I'm going to put up a call-in number here too. Just give me a second. I'm trying to find the person I sent this gosh darn link to so I can copy and paste the gosh darn link and get it to you.
Well, the one thing you always got to remember about conspiracies, Joshua, is that conspiracies are until they're proven to be real. So it's always good to be skeptical. Yes, it's harder sometimes to get your viewpoint or opinion across, but as long as you can back it up with some forms of factual information, I do think it's good to plant seeds
We lost
in people's minds. That's the only thing. Because I know how people feel about conspiracy theorists and all that, but
Joshua,
there is a place for it, though. There is a healthy place for it. Just because people always said, oh, no, they'll never lock us down. They'll never do this or that. And what the hell have they done? So I think having a healthy
conspiracy mind for the government and for shit that's going on is helpful, because a lot of people, okay, before cameras, people really wouldn't believe that police are, brutalizing black people. But now that people have
Right.
caught it a bajillion times on camera, people believe it, and it's no longer a conspiracy. You see?
Right. And I want to address Joshua here for a minute.
That's the only thing I want to say about that, because I feel strongly about people who are concerned about those who have
Right.
conspiratorial viewpoints. And that's the only thing I would say about that is people thought that the shit with police wasn't happening, and people thought that things weren't happening. But once cameras came around, that shit stopped being a conspiracy, because now you caught it on camera. So that's the only thing. You just got to take that shit. But it is hard, though. If you got a guy who's running around talking about, aliens are real and they're here and they're lizard people, it's hard to function with people like that. But I get it.
Hey, Josh, what's up, bud?
Hey, what's up?
So, guys, I want to welcome Josh on here. He works with the protest group in Akron with the leader, Sean. Actually, I want to ask you a question. How is Sean doing, by the way? Because I know that he was, released a couple days ago?
Yeah, he was released, and then I put a little quick notice protest together. We showed back up at Mark's, and I think it went successful. I felt like we affected their business. We had people drive up, ask what we were doing, spoke with them, changed a lot of opinions.
And to mind you what happened at
That's
Mark's,
important.
and to mind you what happened at Mark's, they fired a 17-year-old for wearing a mask that said Black Lives Matter and I can't breathe.
It just said Black Lives Matter.
And he was a black young man.
Right. But the only thing I see with statement masks, though, is you run into the problem. If Black Lives Matter is okay, then the next guy wants to wear a Trump mask, and then everybody lose their damn minds. You see what I'm saying? So it's like it's rough. It's like back in the day when you couldn't wear T-shirts at school that had profanity on it, because sometimes you just kind of have to, smooth over public opinion. So I could see why that is an issue on both sides, though. Honestly, truly.
I wouldn't have worried about it if other people didn't have their own personal design. You know what I mean? Things on their
their own.
If everybody
design
was in plain mask, it wouldn't have been an issue. He asked the manager to put on plain masks, and they didn't.
Right. So everybody had kind of that different, individualized mask thing going on, and since that was the one he chose, he was. Let me just finish what I'm saying, because that was the one he chose. He was targeted. Okay, I see what was going on.
And Josh, what I was talking about is I'll put these up again so you can see them real quick. So you know how Sierra is no longer with the Ohio Community Coalition.
Damn, you broke up right there when you said that.
So Sierra is no longer with. So you know how Sierra is no longer with the Ohio Community Coalition.
Yeah.
She is no longer with us. Well, since she has left, my name has got drugged through the fucking mud and back.
Yeah, I saw your post. I'm confused, but there's been a lot of that, it seems like, in Canton right now.
Well,
and that's what happens with groups, and then they try to disrupt everybody and get everybody angry and not talking to each other and not working together, because obviously whoever could be behind this, and it could be just an organic thing that's happening, but usually a lot of people, when things start to go well, there's always some people in the bunch who want to ruin it for everybody and break it apart.
Well, I'll show you what
Sierra
happened.
was just always very strong. Her opinion was very strong, and she wasn't open-minded.
So you mean bossy? She was bossy.
Yes, very. From the
So
moment,
when somebody says strong opinion, strong, that sounds like bossy. Like just her opinion was kind of like the ultimate, and everybody else's opinion was maybe counted but inferior. You know what I mean?
So Josh, if you look at the messages, this came after the group that we were all in. Shit, the group chat we were on when shit started with Sierra and everything started going downhill and the group chat closed, right? Well, this is the new group chat that they made that I do believe that you are in, the Down for the Cause. As you can see here, Shannon Karcher
I don't know. And it was sloppy. I was driving
It's-
to work and it was a sloppy group messaging thing going on.
Yeah, in this right here, they're dragging my name through the mud, saying that I'm
are you the one that
lying.
they say? Are you the informant?
Okay, look, I want to say this now. I don't.
This is what I'm
I-
hearing. That's
I don't go back to Nate. I don't go back to anybody. You can ask anybody here what said between certain people stays between certain people.
Right.
I'm not the type of person. If as long as it's not causing anybody bodily harm,
yeah.
I won't go back and say anything.
Right.
You know, and like even if like Nate has asked me, you know, what's going on with this other group, I stay out of it. You know, like when I see Sean getting arrested, you know, on fucking Facebook Live, then I'm going to spread it out, going like, hey, he's been arrested. Everybody meet up at the jail. Let's protest, you know, because I did help you out and post about, you know, around that. But here's my thing. I'm no longer marching as of today.
Okay.
I'm tired of getting my name dragged through the mud.
Yeah. Are you looking to work with the group?
I
Even
don't
if
know.
can't?
I don't know.
I need somebody for like paperwork and admitted, like to get get the shit we need from the city, because I suck at shit. Like,
Might be something good for you that you're not directly involved with potential
I'm
drama.
looking for or somebody to get the ball rolling on, like, because Canton has funds and Akron we have no fund. Our group is just what we supply ourselves, you know. And I was
right.
trying to
The
figure out
OCC that
getting
bailed
a
Sean
Let
out
him
of jail.
talk,
profit.
Dwayne. Damn it, let him talk. I'm gonna kick your ass over there.
I'm looking for people to get a nonprofit going so we can have funds and do more things.
That's rough. Nonprofits really look into that though, because nonprofits, you have a lot of regulation by the government when things come in. Dwayne and I have worked in a lot of civilian rescue groups,
right?
Who go out and do civilian search and rescue.
Yeah, dude. I know how to do the
I've
nonprofit
started
stuff.
501c3s myself. And I'm telling you, a 501c3 for what you guys are doing may not be the best model. You may want to look into more an LLC type non-for-profit model instead of a non-profit 501c3 government designation. You could maybe also do a 501c6 because you're an organization or you're going to be a group. So that's always a potential, because it's going to be the money restrictions of how you can spend money, how money can actually go out, what you're able to buy when you put that 501c3 on yourself. And it also takes a year worth of paperwork, and the IRS isn't there right now. So I don't think anybody's going to get a 501c3 approval right now. Personally, that's just where I'm at. So the best idea is to maybe start thinking about more of like an LLC type model, but still making it community organized based. You know, you can tell people we'll keep our, you know, financials transparent if you want to see them. You know, we're just trying to, you know, create change in the community. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, instead of maybe doing a distinct 501c3, which I know a lot of people want to donate that way, and because it's tax deductible, but that might not always is the best model for people to actually get products or be able to distribute them or whatever you're trying to do for the community. Because I know that's an issue why we as groups never became 501c3 doing community outreach.
Scarlett, you're cracking up real bad on his end.
Okay. Well, I don't know what to do.
Josh, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you. She was cracking bad. It was that Scarlett.
Okay.
So maybe we'll get that to work better. But yeah, it just sucks because you want to make a change, but with these laws and the way 501c3s work, it really does stifle you. So, you know, if you're trying to bring change to the community, you know, start out doing what you're doing and just keep everything super transparent.
I want,
you know,
nonprofit.
and
I don't care what, but the safest.
You just want to be able to make the damn change. You know what I mean? And have your group be effective. No, I totally get that.
So Josh, let me say something. I'm in the process. I'm in the process of talking to the board at OCC right now. You know, because
to the what?
To the board at the with the OCC.
Two big donors they had.
No, I'm talking to like Kenny, you know, our president, you know, and the board member about the bashing that's going on, because here's my thing.
I know Nate Ashley, Sierra, Kenny, fucking
That's what I'm talking about.
little black dude. Haiku's what he goes
Right.
by on Facebook.
I'm talking to Ashley and Nate right now about the bashing because here's my thing. I came out with the OCC as a volunteer medic for them,
Yeah.
and then I ended up doing security, and Sierra dragged my name through the mud again, for the first time. Then I ended up having a couple seizures at the Massing protest, got my name dragged through the mud again. And now someone that's supposed to be my best friend is now dragging my name through the mud. And I don't know if I want to work with any particular groups because the fact that my name's just going to keep getting drugged through the fucking mud. And me and Sean really don't have great experiences together because when I was first with them, we had a gun drawn on us in North Canton.
Yeah, no. Well, that's kind of because what's his name? Devontae Preacher. Him and Sean were not. I mean, they're both young. You know what I mean?
Right.
I think the people that are sticking around in Akron are seeing me as more of like the calm, level-headed, the voice that's trying to keep it together, because what Sean killed a lot of people off with the conspiracy shit. And I'm like, dude, you just can't speak it at these things. We all know our conspiracies.
Nope.
And we all have our sides. And
Yeah,
Right.
the general population, it's
conspiracies.
hard to come at them with those ideas, like in a mass setting like that. Now, if you have maybe a small few group of people that you're trying to, explain something to, that's a little bit different. But honestly, people are going to look at you like you have 5 goddamn heads if you start talking about this shit.
Right. And another reason I asked you to come on, Joshua, is what happened to the events of Sean being arrested?
You're cracking up now. Is my connection going shitty?
What happened when Nate?
I said you're cracking up. I'm wondering if my...
Yeah, your connection could be because it isn't like shitty connection.
Hold on, it might be.
Yeah, it probably is you, Dwayne.
All right, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually a little bit better.
Yeah, a lot clearer.
I wanted to ask Josh, what was the events that leaded up to Sean being arrested? Like, what happened?
Oh, I mean, it's what I knew was going to happen, because I was a kid that grew up, in that area at that near that Marks, and went there as a kid.
Right.
And seen the union protesters and knew they had to be out on the sidewalk. And I know Sean is very aggressive with his protest style.
Right.
But the moment they pulled out, the cops approached them. Like they didn't even let, and they were like, well, we want to go shop real quick, but Marks locked the doors and everything,
Right.
And then they stood out there and chanted for a bit, and then Sean, said, he could have said he was walking to his car because that's where it was parked, but then the one cop made the motion. They stepped towards him, and he did a little Roadrunner movement, hit pause on the camera, and took off.
He ran?
Snap.
Like when they came in me to arrest me, when I got arrested a couple weeks ago, I just still took it like, okay. But I'm also a white guy, and I was worried about getting dumped on my face. He's a black male. Who knows what they were going to do to him,
Right. So, like, what was Sean? Did Sean talk to you about the mentality of why he ran?
To what? About the what?
What? Hold on.
Why wouldn't you run? So you don't get caught, fool?
Like, what was the mentality? What was the mentality about Sean running? Like, what did Sean say when he got released? Did he say anything about him running?
No, his charges have nothing on the run. He got 3 easy charges. He just got 1 more than I did. The extra one he got on top of mine was trespassing.
Wow.
Yikes.
Like, it's funny because I showed up yesterday before everybody went in the store, was followed by corporate, by cops. Like everywhere I went in the store, it was just pathetic funny on the company, just pathetic on them. And then I went outside, met up with everybody at Giant Eagle, and We went to the sidewalk, had our megaphones, and
So what is the
ruffled their
store?
feathers
What
pretty
type of
good.
store is this for those who aren't in the same area as you? What type of store is
It's
this?
like a grocery store.
Okay.
Mark, Mark's is a big.
It's a
like a
Northeast
convenience
Ohio chain.
store
It's a
or
local
like
Mark's is a big, popular, actual grocery store. They carry
Okay.
so many things.
okay.
So, and I've seen the video, and you know, but like my thing is like, you know, it's
Oh,
like,
and we may want to, Dwayne, talk to the subjects right now. Nope, subject is still talking about the same thing. We're talking about a local protest group that's having issues in Dwayne's area, with protesters going out to these events and the police arresting them or harassing them, or people from the actual crowd are becoming aggressive, and or cars have been brought through protest groups, yelling
I got hit.
exchanges have occurred,
I've been
all
hit
that good
twice. I can tell you on 2 accounts, I got hit. 3 accounts, take that back. Scarlett was with me for the 2 in the hospital.
right.
I got hit in Perry. I got hit in Canton, and I got hit in North Canton. But here's my thing too, is like I'm just done with my name getting drugged through the mud. You know what I mean?
I do.
Dwayne isn't able to do the chat room. I'm back and forth between fucking messaging the board and doing the show at the same time. So
yeah. Oh, good for you, Tila. Run the chat. Run the chat. So, and that's kind of what we're talking about is Dwayne has been trying to go out basically for the last few weeks. Ever since we started covering the protests, Dwayne felt a personal conviction to go out, especially with Tilo and I being in Minneapolis and being there in the middle of the action and all that, felt compelled to start going out, to these community events in his area to, have some part of what was happening, right?
Right.
And so Dwayne went out and he's been working with a few groups because, Dwayne and I are pretty connected people. We find connections to, good people a lot of times. And so Dwayne was like, all right, so he got involved with this group. Well, there's been a lot of infighting. There's been a lot of drama between leaders and non-leaders and just people in the group and personalities meshing and, things coming together quickly, maybe a little haphazardly put together, not well organized. And then, as you guys know, that's a recipe for disaster. And so I understand your reluctance to Dwayne to not want to keep doing this. But you have to remember, you're not out there for these assholes. That's not what you're out there for. You're not out there to help them or help them think better of you either. So although I do understand your concern of not wanting to be involved with them, you also have to remember too that you're not there to necessarily make friends. And people may not like you. And that's okay. Because there's going to be other people who do. Correct. You just have to realize that. You know what I mean? And who cares if they try to ruin your reputation with everybody? There'll still be people who fuck with you, regardless.
I have made, some good friends within the OCC. I would never speak bad about them. They are a good group out there doing, for the right thing. And I'm actually promoting them by saying this because this is a group that I actually trust with my life. If shit went down and I was to be arrested or I was to be hurt, as we've seen before during my seizures, I had people from the group go like, Dwayne, are you okay? And like, as I've been texting one of the board members, going like, look, like he even said this to me. He went like, and he said this. He went like, "I appreciate you, man. I'm sleeping, but what's going on?" And then I explained,
And
it was like,
I get it too, Dwayne, but you know what? And I'm not trying to cop on you. Don't think this is me like, picking on you or anything like that. But I think it's your age too, why it's harder for you to deal if people don't accept you. And that's not a dig on you. It's just when I
No,
was
you're
your
good.
age, I cared more about that shit, right? And now that I'm older, I really don't care if anyone likes me or not, or if we're friends or not, or if I am looked at well in a group of people, or if I'm revered or even respected. Honestly, I could give two shits less. Obviously I care about like the integrity like on the network, but I also wouldn't be out here pandering for people if I knew they didn't like me either. I'm not going to be trying to change what I do or how I act to make them feel better about me. You see what I mean? So you don't have to make other people comfortable with your presence. And so I just wanted to remind you of that, though, as people are talking shit and saying that you run your mouth or this or that or whatever. Do they have proof? As the words of our favorite person, put the shit on the glass. If you say I did this shit, where is the goddamn proof? That's the end of the story. And if they can't prove screenshots or fucking prove that you said it or have a video or something, then they're just starting shit. And they have to remember where this shit's coming from. And if people are gullible enough to believe that, guess what? When you're not around, those same people will probably talk the same shit about you.
Right.
Because
and Josh is back, by the way.
Notice how they knew when you weren't there that they brought this up, you see? Or at least thought you weren't there. You dig what I'm saying? Like, so that's the whole point. You got to watch out for sketchy fools like that who are willing to throw you under the bus the first chance they get to push up their own clout. I would be interested to know what this person's dirt that they've been involved in, because I highly guarantee that it is some dirt why they're deflecting on you.
Yeah, what's up, bud?
The drama I'm hearing from OCC with the BLM movement, you know what I mean? I heard a little bit about you, but the biggest thing of drama I'm hearing is of that the group as a whole is kind of pushing out the people of color.
No, and do you know what? And here's
that's never a good thing to have spread.
Well,
that's
and
the
here's
narrative.
the thing.
Well, yeah, and is that because they got rid of Homegirl? Because
Not
all right,
so
correct.
not, and I don't know.
But see, you know what? As a black woman, hold on, let me talk, Dwayne. As a black woman, though, some of the things that I saw her depicted doing in photos and things, I could see why people may wanted to get rid of her. I didn't even know the girl, and I honestly, I'm just being honest. I told Dwayne I don't like her leadership style very much. I think it's going to put all of you in danger as protesters. I do not think it's an appropriate approach.
No,
and I think you're making a mistake.
Do what Sean was doing, and when we first did it in Akron, we had the numbers to do it.
Right.
You know what I mean? And they were trying to do it with too small of numbers, and that's why it got ugly. And when we came to Canton with Sean, where we didn't have the numbers, the police said they were going to be part of the barricade, and then Devontae got mad at the cops being there and told the cops to pull off. So we had half the cars supposed to be there for the intersection.
Hey guys, hold on 1 second.
What?
You good, bro?
Nope. Dwayne, you're okay, bud. He has seizures quite a bit, and so we're used to that. Let's get the banner up. I just messaged his mom too. She's in the next room. So we're gonna put up our "Please do not be alarmed. Dwayne is having a seizure" banner.
Okay.
Because we have that ready. So Dwayne, hey, Dwayne, Dwayne, come back to us, dude. Dwayne, hey, Dwayne, hey, you're doing okay, bud. You're doing okay. You all right? You good? Yep. Take it off.
It's okay. It's okay. Hey, you sit back. I got you. Hey. Get off me. You ain't getting a hold of me. I got you. I've been watching. I got you. Hey. Come on. I'm right here. Come on. It's not going to be a bad one. Listen to me. There you go. There you go. I got you.
There we go.
I got you. I can't go get
Hello,
you water if
Dwayne.
you still have a hold of me.
Gotta let people go. Let her go. Hi, Dwayne.
Wait a minute. That is
Please, so they can.
Hi, bud. What's up?
I want to hear him, so take it off.
Ow.
Good.
Yeah, I don't put that back
Rough,
on.
bud.
No, I'm
Hi,
I'm
dude.
good. Hi.
I need you to sit.
Damn, you couldn't even hear me then, I guess. Well, I guess you could a little.
My mom
but-
took my headphones off my head.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess so. Then you heard me for like the first couple minutes.
No, I can hear you. My headphones are loud.
Are they? Oh, okay. Good. I
But
figured
no,
that
it's not that bad.
because I can tell how you respond when I start talking.
Scarlett, hon, when he goes into that, it's not safe to have anything on his face or
Right.
face or his head. So that's the first thing I did was took it off while I moved the computer and took it off, so that wasn't going to be something that just doesn't need to be aired.
You know, and like the one thing we were talking about, because I actually remember.
I need you to calm down.
I'm good. You know, and like the one thing we were talking, Josh, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
You know, like
Yeah.
the one thing we were talking about, you know, too.
I can
is,
take off
like,
the ticker. Hold on. Let me take off to Dwayne is having a seizure. Okay. Continue. Sorry.
I need you to.
I'm good. I'm okay now.
Yeah, you sound all right.
You don't look good.
I don't look good, no, but I feel okay. You know, like the one thing we were talking about. Hold on a minute.
Yeah, turn off that bright old light. There you go.
Yeah, that bright old light is.
I'm sure it's not helping. Where's your ticker, man? I'm having a struggle. TLO
Scarlett,
help.
Scarlett, that bridal light is a nightstand. Like, it's just a little one, but it's got a bright ass light bulb in it.
There's my ticker.
Doesn't it though? It's bright.
You know, but Josh, like I was saying, you know, it's like, you know, I know there's rumors going around. You know, I know that, you know, people are dragging my name to hell and back. It honestly wouldn't be the first time that my name's got drawn.
I'm not going to mention any names, but I do want to say is the people that are dragging his name in the mud, we went through this before, not on this topic, but this ain't the first time we've been through this with the same exact people.
Right.
You know, so Josh, you said that you've heard some things that was said. You know, and I honestly want to hear them.
I don't think that's a good idea.
I do. I think it is.
Where do you think your finger's going to be at?
Okay, I'm on my show.
Here's
You
the
still
deal.
there,
The thing that I think is the problem with people now too is there's this cancel culture mentality. So when people start talking shit, then people just want to cut that person off and not even want to get their side of the story or anything.
Correct.
And that's a pretty bold claim
for them to just throw out in a group chat than to not back it up and say, oh, well, he tells everybody everything. Well, what did you actually say? What are you being accused of spreading around? What intel are you accused of dropping and spreading? Because I personally know you in a work capacity, right? And in an intelligence capacity where you have to keep important, secret, information. And I've never seen you break protocols. I've never seen you running around talking smack. I've never seen you doing any of those things in the past. And that's just not me standing up for you because you're on my network. That's because I've actually worked with you in a work capacity.
Scarlett, we've been going through the same shit with the same people for the last almost 2 years. So they ain't talking. I know for a damn fact that they ain't talking about now, because I know how Dwayne is in a work setting. And yes, I am Dwayne's mom, but everybody knows me. I'll be the first one to throw his ass under the bus when he is wrong. I'll be the first one to call him out, not in a bad way, not in a hatred way, not in anything, but to say, hey, look, dude, you are in the wrong. But the people that he's having a problem with now is the same people he's had a problem with. And Dwayne does have a good heart and keeps giving chance after chance after chance to. And they gain his trust back. And then all this shit fucking happens over again. It's the same shit. I just hope this time you learn you're learning, you're seeing what they're doing.
Oh, I messaged her and called her a bitch and going, I thought you were slick.
Well, there's certain things to say to Josh. There's certain things that are in groups that need to be protected because it protects your members. So I'm not talking about anything like nefarious. I'm just saying as far as information or whatever they're trying to accuse Dwayne of saying or spreading about the information, because they specifically said he'll go run and tell it. So what does he go run and tell? What did he go run and tell before? That's the whole point. I think it's an inflammatory statement that was made without any basis or actual fact. And so if people do believe it, they're stupid. And that's not being rude. That's just being truthful, because all somebody did was say in a group chat, Dwayne runs and tells it. Well, what does Dwayne run and tell? Give an instance of when, because I always think that if somebody has such damning proof, you'd be like, for instance, Dwayne said this, and that to this person, which got back to that person and started a whole shitstorm. You see, otherwise it's an unsubstantiated claim. But now in the days of cancel culture mentality, people are just going to be like, oh, we don't fuck with Dwayne. Maybe. It's not a guarantee, but they know that there's a better chance of that happening, and that's wwhy they do that shit. That's the whole point.
I'm going to mute myself for a quick second.
Yeah, go put on your. Hopefully he can. You still hear me, Dwayne? Because you got to see if open up your Google Voice to see if that works. So I mean, that's just the way it works. No matter if you're like broadcasting or just friend groups or workplaces. I mean, this is something that happens quite often, and it's just getting worse with time.
You're good. I'm unmuted.
That's the one thing I'm noticing, is that as time goes on, people are more willing to just throw your ass under the bus real quick and not have any real proof. Case in point, we just went through that recently, didn't we, Dwayne? Where we got thrown under the bus real quick and told we were traitors and that we should be shot and that we're against the Constitution and all this other shit on an unsubstantiated claim.
Correct.
Yeah, no. Well, what?
Throw his ass under the bus to save their own damn ass.
Because you were Dwayne.
Go ahead,
Josh.
Your conversation with Faith, right?
Right.
Okay, because I messaged her when I seen her post a little bit ago before I seen this chat you had streaming.
Okay.
And she's messaging me now.
Who? Oh, the girl that
she's left OCs.
Are you talking about the girl in the comments? Like the girl in the post?
Yeah, I don't know. I see. Yeah, Faith.
Let's see if that will. Damn it! Hold on, guys. I'm trying to get my PC plugged in so it doesn't die on me.
You should know better.
But she just messaged me and said she doesn't fuck with them anymore.
Yeah,
Well,
see, and that's a lot of people like to do that drive-by bombing shit in groups too, where it's like, oh, I come in, I start shit, I fuck it up, and then I leave because I don't want to be a part of it anymore because it's too much drama. But they were the ones starting the drama, you see.
Correct.
So that happens it's just normal mentality. I don't care what you're doing. You know, this just makes it more intense because you're
It
fighting
sounds like-
for social justice
Am I
issues,
correct
you know?
with the two big donors of names that were named friends?
Yeah, what?
Yeah, I'm wondering about that.
Wondering about what?
The two big donors for the Akron group were if the ones that pretty much jump started how much money they had,
I do not.
or were they Nate's friends? Because from what I'm seeing, is you know what I mean? Yeah, I don't think he's trying to blow it up, but I think he's wanting more.
All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. My computer actually finally died while plugging it in.
Well, you should have plugged it in before that. You never let your computer go down while streaming. You always keep it plugged.
All right, Josh, are you there?
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
here.
he's still.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
So his question was the two big donors Nate's friends or what? Could that have been a possibility? What, Dwayne?
Oh no, I was coming back into the.
Oh, well, his question was were some of the big donors Nate's friends?
I don't know. I don't know who the donors are.
Yeah, see, that's the problem with stuff like this. It becomes like tit for tat and quid pro quo. It's much like the political groups I deal with. You know, it's a lot of BS. It's a lot of drama. You know, small organized pod groups, I feel like work better, or satellite branch off groups work better than one large group in any way, shape, or form. Because the message always gets diluted as you get larger, no matter what movement it is.
Correct.
So Josh, here's my question. Okay. Well, it's really not a question.
Open up your
it's a
Google Voice
state-
though. You know you have to have the Google Voice like window open,
It's
right? Like on
open.
your screen. Like it has to be on
It's
your
open.
screen though.
330-353-8527. It's on my screen.
Okay. I'm saying like no,
see his
like
lips
you're at
moving.
like on your computer, it needs to be open.
Like running.
Like running and open and ready for you to like call anybody with it open. It has to be, or else the call won't come in.
It's completely open.
Like, can you
'Cause
dial out right now?
Someone's trying to call
My
in.
computer's having issues, so I don't know what's going on. I gotta go upstairs and get the other one.
Okay. Well. Because it should just come through.
Right.
Both of my computers are giving me issues.
We're not on Zoom. You have to just call the 330-353-8527
Yeah, just call the
number.
Free Child.
Yeah, it's on
That's
the
on
screen.
the banner.
Yeah, 1-330-353-8527. That's the number you need to call. We don't
but
use
Josh,
Zoom really anymore. We only really use StreamYard now.
Right.
And here's my thing, okay?
Yeah.
Is like these people are gonna drag my name in the mud.
It's not your
To
name.
where
I'm seeing that. I think
it's Nate's.
No, it literally said Dwayne. Do you want him to show it on the screen again? It said Dwayne will tell everything.
But no.
Yeah,
what
it
I'm
did
getting
say his
is
name.
it's Nate pushing everybody away, dude.
It could be.
Can you speak up a little bit, bud?
Nate is pushing everyone away from what I'm seeing. Like he's building, I don't know. That's what I'm seeing.
Okay.
Like I get it. There's differences. You know what I mean? Even us Akron people, we have our differences. But there hasn't been like people walked away because of, like I said, of the conspiracies. But there's been no, other than the awful Devil Strip article, the local free paper.
But were they really a part of the movement to begin with, too? Because a lot of people are fly by night, and if they actually knew
I
what
feel
was
like
going
we're
on
for clout.
with the military-industrial complex
Yeah.
and what's actually happening, and with UN Agenda 2030
Yeah,
and
no,
Smart Cities
it's
Initiative, like if people actually knew, they
Yeah.
wouldn't even say, "Oh, that's a conspiracy." But you see, these people, I don't think were actually very serious to begin with. You know.
All right, guys, we have a caller. Welcome to
I
the Night
posted
Talk. Can
something
you
a little
introduce
bit ago
yourself,
before
please?
this chat, though. Like I said, I'm trying to create things, keep the topics on track, and not retarded, and get dividing. My bad with that word. I know it offends some. I'm kind of old and still learning.
Free speech network, so you can say whatever you like.
Yeah, Josh and Freak Child, it's good to have you.
Yeah,
out
no,
here.
that comes. Yeah, no, that comes. That's what I'm hearing
I'm
with
gonna
the
go grab
camp
my
groups. They're big into
computer. I'll be
the
back, guys.
cancel culture. Nate and them. Is that true?
You just
Because I
laugh.
don't like cancel culture.
Yeah, the
Mm.
cancel culture is insane right now.
It
And
is. I think that's what's
everywhere.
actually happening. I think that's why they're
And
trying
it
to
is
put out.
exactly why it's happening. Is so many people have this I like to say fucktarded mentality where it's just
Right.
like, oh, I have like a slightest issue or I don't agree with this person completely, so I'm just gonna like cut them off, ostracize them, bash them, like all sorts of that. And
There
it's
is a
ridiculous
lot of
because
that.
it's everywhere. I mean, everywhere. We're talking like
Everywhere. That's why I said I'm not
workplace,
surprised that you would
art,
see
media,
this in a protest
movies.
group.
Correct.
Yeah, on Facebook, in groups,
Yep.
on just even news article posts. People are arguing back and forth like this, and ready to call people's employers, calling CPS on them. I mean, it's gotten to the point where they try to discredit other people to make themselves look better. But look, by the time you discredit everybody, you're going to stand there alone. And that's what people don't realize, is that while they're going to sit here and point the finger at everybody, eventually there'll be no one left to point the finger at.
Correct. You'll be standing by yourself.
Instead of trying to address the actual issue. Because if you're there for change and you're there to try to build better relationships with the community, you can't have people in the group yell at the police, scream at the police, tell them they're a piece of shit, and then get mad at them when somebody comes through the barricade because they told them not to fucking be there. You can't have it both ways. You can't be like, oh, well, this happened, but, why didn't you come help me? But we fucking hate you. Like, that's not how shit works. So you have to have a consistent message. Yeah, no, it's serious. You have to have a consistent message if you're out there actually trying to make some type of social justice reform, because it's like, no, you're going to have to create relationship. Where do you keep going?
I'm using my other computer.
Well, get it together, get it together.
Right. Just get it.
That's all I can say is get it together. Just get it together. Because otherwise you run into this really, it's a shitty issue at this point. And the whole point is we're trying to get out there to get the police to change their actions, right? To get them to understand and regain a piece of humanity back, right? That they've lost because they've become apathetic to the job, much like doctors and teachers and other people who are becoming desensitized due to the nature of their work. Because people don't realize how much trauma a police officer actually goes through on a daily basis. They forget these people are the people that are called out when somebody's brains are blown up against the wall or somebody's beat up half to death, and they see all these things and they encounter all these things and these things happen. So they've lost this part of humanity, which is really important, which is empathy for others, right? And so the power has corrupted them. And if we want them to change that, it's not going to happen by going and ostracizing other people. It's not going to go by screaming at the police and telling them, fuck 12. That's not how it's going to change their minds. So we have to be very careful that yes, a demonstration of people and the right to peaceful assembly is our right as Americans. But what message are you actually sending? And once you get that so many people together, there's always going to be one dickhole who fucks it up. For instance, when TLO and I were out at the Minneapolis protest, there was two little assholes, kids, maybe like 16, going to run to the front line of police to hit them with fucking paintball guns.
Right.
So you've got two little assholes who are trying to ruin it for the maybe 500, 1,000 people who are out there. And so you've got to be very careful about other people's actions. I think that's the biggest hurdle right now is people have to remember that when you get this many people together, you lose empathy. You also lose effective crowd control. But there are groups and resources out there to help that. Now, something that, you may want to talk to me about that I can help you with is that Dwayne and I, as well as our webmaster here, Mel, on the Freedom Revolution Network, are part of another group that's working with activism who help train local groups like yours and help provide support and framework structure. You may want to get in touch with them.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
so they can definitely
That's
help
what
you
I need.
organize yourself. Yeah. And there's a training that's coming up in person out on the West Coast here in a couple months that they're really highly recommending people go through. And it's an intensive training. But these people have been all across the world doing different movements. And so there's no one group that they support. They just provide support for groups who want to go out and protest or go and have effective change and have proper
awesome.
crowd control, have proper runners in the crowd, and have crowd security against police and things like that. And so I think that that's what people have to realize is that what is going to have to happen for any effective change to occur is for people to start shifting the way that they're going out and organizing these movements.
Guys, I'm back. I'm sorry about the whole.
No, it's all good. Because it's haphazard right now. You've got people just meeting up. You have people just meeting up here, there, everywhere. You know what I mean? And starting these protests kind of almost semi-organically and instantaneously.
On the go, on the fly.
Yeah.
They are.
Yep, it's on the pop fly type of thinking, which I don't think is going to create an effective campaign of change. Yes, disruption will occur, absolutely. But there's a lot of people already apathetic to the disruption, especially here. We've been through multiple rounds of protests that have shut down our roads, shut down this, shut down that in the past. And so people now are no, mow them over, run them over, who cares? People have become apathetic to that too. So I think that the strategy and the branding is going to have to change because groups like Black Lives Matter have tarnished the actual mission that they're trying to achieve. And so I think it's going to have to be once people make it look different, they will see that there's a distinction in the groups. And I think that that's going to be the number one most effective tool.
Yeah, no, yesterday, I ran we ran the
Are
old
you
school
able
one.
to add him in, Dwayne?
No, my Google Voice ain't working.
Okay, well then you need to try to I will find him on Facebook.
We've had some very effective protests, there've been good ones. And there have been some duds,
my
but
new
when they're
computer.
dud, we go to a different one and try to help out, and that's when we learn about.
Hey, Josh, can you give me a second?
Yeah.
My new computer ain't working right. I'm going to Rent-A-Center tomorrow, and
You're
they're
good.
switching my computer out.
Yeah.
So,
I hear you.
my old one's not even functioning right, but that's because I haven't updated it yet. There's no room to factory reset it to the beginning.
Right.
But like I was saying, is I wanted to talk about this, before everything changed, subject change. And I can say this: Nate's not driving.
Go check your inbox, freak child.
no one's driving anybody away within the group. They're actually trying to get more people of color on the board.
What, OCC?
Yeah, and we are getting more people of color
you
on
And
the
they
board.
said that, and they actually said that like before she was even like dropped. So I would just
Yeah.
like to say that for transparency, I do know
all
that
the
for a
groups
fact.
want to get more black people out, but I understand.
But that's
like,
hard too.
part of the call. Yeah, no, it is, because they don't want to come out in their own city and then have to drive the streets. They don't want to have to face these police and protest and have to drive down the street and get fucked with.
Yeah, it's a real concern when you're out there being vocal because these things will start happening to you.
Yeah, no,
And you know,
Yeah.
I know.
and people
I'm
have
young.
a problem.
Well, I'm young to protest, but I'm an old head.
You know,
Right.
and people are having problems right now with having white, white security people. But here's my thing on that, okay?
Well, where the black folks at? If there's all these
Right.
white security, where the black folks at? Otherwise, it's just people helping other people. See, and I'm so tired of this racial like bullshit
Right.
when it comes
Yeah.
down to that. Because if people are there and down for the cause, that's what the fuck it matters. It does not
Preach.
matter.
Correct.
Oh, there's more white security. There's more white leaders. There's more white this. Like that doesn't fucking matter.
No, that's showing your own personal ickiness.
And bias, right? Exactly.
Correct.
Like that's something that really has bothered me about a lot of these different groups and people. Like because as a
Right.
black person, it's like okay, that's great. You can complain about the white people, but where the hell are the black people of which you claim that you want to be in this position? Because if they don't
Correct.
exist, you can't make shit happen that's not working. You see what I mean?
Correct.
Like
Absolutely.
so, unless there was a candidate there that was black and being overlooked. I call PC bullshit.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to. We got to start checking each other on that too, because the PC culture has went way fucking overboard.
Yeah,
way
it's the same.
overboard.
It's the same vein with that cancel culture. It really
Yep.
is. It's all
It
in that
is.
same vein.
Yeah, cancel culture is gross.
It is gross.
And I worry
It
because
makes me sick.
and I want to say
Nate
this.
with OCC speaks of like Marxism, and with that comes cancel culture, and I'm like, "Ew."
Yep.
Correct.
I'm
Well,
like,
yeah,
that's
because
not
the whole
move.
idea of Marxism eventually is to stifle everybody else around you, right?
Yeah.
So, like, you're supposed to, crush the dissenting opinion.
Yeah, and I'm like, I'm thinking to myself when he told me that they're Marxist, that's when I started seeing all this shit turn left down there. It was like starting to call him, figure shit out, and then I'm seeing all this drama.
Well, and that's how a lot of these groups are. People have to realize there's a lot of groups that are going to be out there claiming for social justice that are just low key or flat out communists. And you have to realize that that's a very dangerous slope that none of these people realize. There's no country on fucking planet Earth who has ever done communism well. Let's not think we're going to be the next in line to blow it out of the park. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, right.
That's called insanity. Repeating the same shit over and over and over again, expecting the same goddamn results.
Yeah.
Or expecting different results, but getting the same result, which is insanity. So it's bullshit that people think, oh, this time we're going to do communism better. We'll just call it democratic socialism and it has different points of view. Bullshit. It's just another branch of the ideology. And none of that shit has ever worked. No. You want to know what shit like that produces? Portland, where you got goddamn mercenaries on the fucking ground snatching up people. That's how you get that. Because you can't combat that in any other normal channel, way, or fashion without basically declaring law on our streets. So you have to do something underhanded, like go send troops to snatch people up, because you've got these communists out here basically threatening to topple the whole country. Under the U.S. Title Code 18, you can't do that shit.
Exactly.
That's illegal.
Did you hear my mom, Scarlett?
No. Right? You know what I mean? Like, this is some bullshit. Like, I'm just over it. Yeah. It's called sedition. You're damn right. And you can't do that shit. And that's the problem. Is that these Marxists...
and protests. It's just the They're all
No,
the
I'm
bad
saying
ones.
that's how you get Portland is having a bunch of Marxist communists
Yes,
running around
correct.
running the
Preaching,
show.
right? Trying to,
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
how you get that shit.
yeah.
Not that what they're trying to do is wrong or that it shouldn't
right.
be happening. You know, it's just the fact that it's
That's
these
like how they
super
tried to
fringe
stop all the
groups.
streamers tonight. You know, they
All right,
It's
Right,
so
like,
it's
and it's
just
the
it's
hey,
same
just
thing. It's
simple
how you get like the
physics.
Boogaloo Boys. It's how you get people
yeah,
like the
Yes,
Boogaloo Boys.
yeah.
It's allowing this super extreme
To manipulate.
version to exist.
extremism, absolutely.
Yes,
On
to
either
exist
side, it
unchecked.
doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
it doesn't
hey,
matter,
can
and
I?
then you get
It's
both of these
simple
polarizing
physics.
sides.
It's you can even do religious aspects, but when you have a force, you're going to have an equal and opposite force. So
Yeah.
Correct.
when you
Oh,
have all these people that are stepping up and these militias and they're calling for, dismantling police and going after governments and whatnot, you're going to have to expect the government to respond with that sort of extreme force back. And just like you said, Scarlett, you're going to have people getting snatched up in vans. Like
Yep.
that's just the response.
Yep, because they're going to respond the opposite way because they can't just publicly go out and keep arresting these people every night
Right.
to save face. They want to get
Right.
rid of the issue and the problem, so they have to go around it with dirty-handed tactics. And see, and
yeah.
that's the problem
You
is
see the
that
new gas they're using?
no.
They're
You
using
know,
the gas
and I
that
want to
causes you to
speak.
throw up.
You know, and I want to speak here for a minute.
Okay.
You know, when I was telling Scarlett about the mercenaries last night, at first we didn't know they were mercenaries walking the streets of Portland, Oregon.
We assumed, but they were an unidentified force.
They-
I mean,
they-
they're in, fatigues. They're
they're
in
black
some type
collar.
of,
Let's just be real.
military style clothing.
So I was scrolling through Facebook yesterday, and one of the people from the Ohio Community Coalition posted on Facebook, and I found out these guys are called ZTI, which is a
Ooh. Oh, okay. Damn it, Pam! You almost had me freaking out and almost
Right.
died.
Yeah, no doubt.
I love you, Pam, but damn, that scared the shit out of me. That's not good.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I was about to
Still,
piss my pants. It's still not good, but that was going to be worse.
yes.
Times 100 cumulative effect. Oh,
Right.
okay. 6.1 Sandpoint, Alaska earthquake. But Pam said 8.1, and it almost made me pee my pants, y'all.
but like
There's
I
been a
was
lot of
saying,
6.1s lately, or higher of late.
That's true. I'm waiting for another big one like last year's Ridgecrest. It's about that time
It is.
because we're coming back into the front side alignment. But I
Yep.
digress. Continue, Dwayne.
Go ahead, Dwayne.
so when I realized that these people were ZTI, I did some digging. I dug. They are running out there saying that they are police officers. Because on their vest, you can clearly say it says police.
Yeah.
I didn't see anybody have police vests. I only saw
Clearly,
unclearly
police.
marked.
it said police in a couple
But
of the
I've
videos.
seen
But
have you
there's
guys
no
seen
badge.
3 videos?
There's
Because
no
I've
other
seen a few of
insignia.
these videos. Yeah.
I've seen 6 or 7 videos where it says police on them.
I haven't seen any that have any
They're
police
following every
markings. These
and they
people
say
that I saw,
I've not seen the police ones. But I've seen ones that have that symbol that people
they go
keep
right across the
talking
chest on
about.
right? Yeah,
Yeah.
nope. This didn't have any identification on the chest, and they were very plain clothed. But the digital military camo, it wasn't like regular camo; it was digital camo, and
Right.
they had the olive green vest, but no markings, insignia, or anything that they would be from. And there was only one picture that I
Are you
saw
talking
that
about
showed
the one
that
that was on
symbol.
TikTok with the lady on her knees? Is that the one
I
you're
didn't see
talking
that.
about?
No,
I haven't
no.
seen that
I'm
one
talking
either.
no.
Names on the back sometimes with this.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, this video I'm
that
talking
means
about, you see the front and the back of this person. This was one of the first nights that they started snatching up people, and they asked dude what his name was and to let him know what his name was and all that. There was no police on those guys. Or the other video that I saw where unidentified squads just came and snatched somebody up out of their house.
and the Hertz minivan.
No, there's a bunch of shit out there. All of these black vehicles, and they were crowded.
Yeah,
They took
blacked
out
out
the whole
vehicles.
street. Yeah, like it wasn't just one car; it was multiple vehicles, and I don't know what they put them in because they never said. But
Yeah, I
that could
didn't
have been
see
a
this stuff.
different experience as well. But the pictures that I saw, these were all these like
Yeah,
unidentified.
it's so hard
And
to
you know,
follow.
Dwayne and I
Right.
have worked in hurricanes, and we have had to deal with in the past groups like Blackwater and others that
Right.
this is why this type of group concerns me. Continue,
Now
Glenn.
let me tell
Yeah.
my story about this. Hold on, because you're gonna bring it up. Fucking asshole. Was not wanting to explain this today, but you brought it up again. Not story time.
I didn't bring up
No
shit.
interruptions.
I
No
didn't bring up
interruptions.
shit. You brought up your own shit.
No, you brought up that we've dealt with these fucking groups. I dealt with them firsthand and I listened to this shit. I actually took my ass to Texas back when Hurricane Harvey happened. A couple people from the group this was before the group that me and Scarlett got in with. We were bagging bodies. We were bagging bodies, transporting
Bag and
bodies.
tag. Bag and
We were
tag.
putting bodies in ice cream parlors at the bottom of the police station. Anywhere we can keep them cold, anywhere we can keep them frozen, anywhere that we could just keep them there until the coroner's office and the water
And
went down from
hidden.
the coroner's office.
And hidden. So
And
they
hidden.
had to be cold but hidden. So nobody could know that they were being put there, but they were being put there.
I
Fuck now, I
radioed
don't know
in.
why ice cream where dead bodies were. No.
I radioed in through Zello to check in with Scarlett and a couple of the other leaders to let them know we were going because we were working security for these groups, that were bagging and tagging bodies. We get met by Department of Homeland Security at the ice cream parlor. Guns up, ready to shoot. And if it wasn't for Scarlett, if it was not for our buddy AJ, I will give AJ credit. Where credit's
And
due.
me though.
And Scarlett, if it wasn't for them two collabing to get us out of that situation, we were getting shot, arrested, or sent home.
That shit was intense. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, I really thought after I got done basically negotiating for Dwayne's life that I was gonna be potentially in danger because we had some heated fucking moments. I'll tell you what, there were some words that were exchanged that were pretty fucking intense. I'll tell you that. And so that's what concerns me because I've already heard reports of sex trafficking being done by officers in Portland and other places to where lawlessness and just this element of where
DHS and all the trafficking rumors with DHS and Wayfair are kind of true.
Well, see, that's just it. Well, and CPS is their intelligent arm of that whole mechanism and operation, right?
Yeah.
So that's how they use it. They have incentive to go snatch the kids, and the kids get snatched into the system.
And you know what? My mom just said this too. Is that sadly our state is still number one.
Yep. For sex trafficking and especially for minors, Ohio is number one.
Capital. Right down the street on the expressways, like one of the main junctions, because you can go any direction in the U.S.
Oh, right. So it's quick to get in and out, like as far as which direction you want to go.
Let's have my mom speak for a minute. My mom must say something.
I've grown up.
Hold on, Josh. Go ahead, Mom.
Charlotte and I were talking about this yesterday morning, whatever fucking morning it was, and it was yesterday. We had Stark County went through a spree a few years ago with our Walmarts, and it was two men arrested. We had Stark. They got women involved in it. Then at first they were targeting, females just with their kids. And then it was like the mom and dad or mom and brother with the kid, just distract one of them. But it's still, Stark County went through their spree of it, but somehow it's still fucking number one in Ohio. And last summer they were saying something about like actual underground tunnels, like underneath the fucking roads and everything on getting kids out of here. And they
Oh, there's a whole underground like
hold on.
tunnel system and businesses
Hold on,
underground.
Scarlett.
Hold on, Scar.
They were saying it was a couple years ago. A little girl got snatched in an department store, and I don't know which department store it was, but they did a total lockdown. They didn't find the person that done it, but within like less than 10 minutes, whichever guy snatched this little girl, had her in the bathroom, her clothes changed, her haircut, what they had on in 10 minutes. Less than 10 minutes. He got away, but they ended up finding the little girl. And let me tell you something, my daughter will be 19 in September. She's not going nowhere by herself.
Well,
She
she's
able
still an
to walk
adult.
down the end of the road by herself. And then especially here in Massillon about 3 or 4 years ago, we had girls coming up dying, like being murdered left and right, less than 5 minutes up the damn road, all fitting my daughter's description.
Oh no, y'all want to hear fucking something fucking freaky about Ohio?
Okay, but hold on. Let's welcome in Freak Child because he's been waiting. So let's do that first.
Freak Child, welcome to the Night Talk, my man. How you doing?
I'm finally here. I'm glad to be a part of this. You guys have got a lot of subjects going on, so this is kind of cool.
Dude, show, here's the thing about my show. Never a set topic, never a set time, never a set fucking nothing. I call TLO, I call Scarlett, I'm like, we're doing a show, let's go get on.
Well,
that's why we just call it the Night Talk, because it's just talking at night.
Yeah, that's the way my show goes. It's just a little bit different. But anyway, hey, so you guys are talking about the whole trafficking thing.
Right.
So I lived in South Texas for a while.
Right.
And actually, there were a couple of houses that were like blocks away from me that actually were part of that for the Mexican cartel.
With like stuff in a room.
Speaking of the Mexican cartel, not to cut you off, but about 4 or 5 years ago, a lot of people was getting busted in Massillon, Perry Township, and Jackson Township for drugs and everything and murder, and that all traced back to the Mexican cartel, and they were, I don't know if they found the kids, but they were able to connect some of the kids that were missing back to them too. That shit is fucking everywhere, and Mexican cartel runs hard and strong in Ohio.
And to talk about Ohio.
Oh, let him continue though. Let him finish his statement. You guys didn't even let him finish. Damn. Continue.
Freak Child.
Freak Child. Back to what you were saying about this home.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was a little confused, but no, I mean, it was just like it was an empty house, but it was not up for sale, but nobody obviously lived there. But every once in a while, you knew that there were people there, and you would see like these, like basically 13, 14, 15-year-old girls. They would go in and out of these basically unmarked vans. And it was like, whoa, what the hell's going on here? It's like, are they drug mules? What are they? And you find out that because of all of the crap that was going on down there, that eventually the authorities became involved, and it was part of a child trafficking ring. And the thing is that it can exist in your neighborhood and you don't even really know it unless you really pay attention. That's what's really sad about all of it.
And we
Absolutely.
have no community involvement anymore like we used to, and that's half of the problem why we have the issues that are existing right now in the country, is because people have went away from a community minded model where you knew your neighbors and everybody kind of helped everybody, to this everybody on their own, every man for themselves mentality, that then allows for people not to be able to pay attention for these patterns or signs.
Right. Everybody keeps to themselves, basically.
Correct.
Dwayne,
Right.
you okay there, bud?
People move in, you don't greet them with a dish of food. You might say hi 3-4 months down the road, pulling out.
Right. And and the funny thing is we're on a sex trafficking issue. I came home the one night and I immediately called Scarlett because 12 kids from my state came up missing.
Whoa.
That's about guys are
And a couple
Well, when I called Scarlett,
a couple of the girls, which we found interesting when this whole Wayfair thing kicked off, a couple of the girls were the girls named after the cabinets.
yeah,
Right.
and
Right.
I still
Right.
have the whole list.
That was crap, man. That was total
Yeah.
crap. And that man.
That was a distraction. But see, we had already researched these girls beforehand, like a month or so, like 6 weeks previous. And so we already had a kind of an idea and a knowledge of their stories and their backgrounds. And some of the stories, one of the girls ended up saying they were never missing to begin with. And we knew this before the Wayfair thing came out. So we found it really interesting that it led us back to this group of girls that we had looked into, because they were all missing from Ohio, all missing within this last year of 2020, all just very weird
And
circumstances.
all missing within a 2-week span.
Right.
Because Scarlett, you got to think 5/13, 5/16, 5/16, 5/14, 5/14.
Yeah, it was all in May, like right before all of this, COVID stuff kind of really popped off.
Right.
Before, obviously the George Floyd tipping point. So we were researching these girls then, because Red and I, on our show, Journey into Freedom and Clarity After Dark, the sister show, we've talked a lot in the past about child trafficking, and we talked about Pizzagate and how that was a distraction for the real pedophiles. And so we always called it Pedogate, because it was important to still talk about these things, but they set out these red herring kind of traps that the average person
from the real,
cannot discern from an actual experience happening. What, Dwayne?
Right.
Can we let TLO talk? He hasn't talked in a good fucking minute.
Yeah, speak up.
Okay, you don't have to interrupt me though to say for him to speak though. Damn, Dwayne.
Well, I'm just trying to give everybody an equal opportunity to.
Yeah, but you could just wait until I was done and then say, TLO, what do you think about that?
Love you.
True.
Sorry, Scarlett, but
right. That's all I was trying to say. Is I was in the middle of a thought.
Scarlett, and after this, I want to hear TLO. But
then he goes and talks, y'all. Look, then he goes and talks and doesn't even let him talk. But let's continue.
Well, hold on 1 second, because this literally just popped in my head because I'm sitting here looking at my phone, looking at the dates and looking at the names. It goes in chronological order in up Ohio. I didn't even realize this, Scarlett. 5-1 was Cleveland. 5-3 to 5-8 was Trotwood and Columbus. 5-14 was Dayton. 5-14 was Cleveland again. 5-16 was Columbus. 5-16 was Reynoldsburg. 5-13 was Massena, Sierra Cantwell girl.
Right.
But TLO, I do want to hear your thoughts on all this, dude. I know your fucking wheels in your head are turning, and you got a shit ton to say, so it's you.
Well, I don't have a shit ton of stake. I was just listening to a lot of folks. And, there's not really much to say that, because everyone knows the shit's happening. It's just, people aren't really keen to do much about it, because the people who are doing it are all people who are positions of power, positions of prestige, as it were.
Listen, the American people.
You're good. Sorry.
A lot of these people
Stop doing
that are
5,000 other things and listen.
um,
Got caught.
right. A lot of these people that are participating in these this bad behavior are people that a lot of people look up to. So a lot of
True.
them are. It kind of is the same thing with the Weinstein. You know, it's like
Right.
a lot of people knew about it. It just because of who that person was, nobody really said anything about it.
Well, that's what kind of always bothered me about like the Donald Trump grab by the pussy statement, because he was not wrong when he said like when you're rich and you're powerful, people just throw
Correct.
the pussy at you. It's like
And that's
all
the
over.
thing.
It's
Right.
just the
People
way it is.
always take his shit out of context. They really do.
But
because
that was a true
he
ass
always
statement though,
does
because
say shit
groupies,
that's real. He does.
yeah,
Like,
groupies
even
are
though
a real
people don't
There
like
you
thing.
it.
go.
Yeah.
Yes,
There's your
absolutely.
key
Those
And it's
word.
not even groupies.
fan
It's like I know
under
actual women that's what they do in life is like they're just looking for people to just take care of them and fucking, spoil them. They're just
Yeah.
looking for daddies. They're looking for sugar daddies.
Sugar daddies, yeah. I mean, exactly. I mean, think about it. I mean, how many women are out there? I mean, if you think about it, how many women are out there? They're like, well, gee, I've got the power of what's between my legs.
My
to keep
sister's
it
Right.
one
clean.
of them.
It's like
Absolutely.
that's where the power is for so many of these women out there, and so that's what they do. And
Absolutely.
My
In
sister.
And
the
they
in the
feel
words
that
of
that's a way
a very
for
wise
men.
man, it's pussy control.
right.
It is, yeah, right,
Josh, what
exactly.
were you
Because
trying?
what the issue is that what it comes down to is women know that this is to some degree what men want, and especially men of power and prestige. This is a stereotype that they do live up to, and so to act like it's not real or not happening or that these things aren't occurring. And especially when, like, on that Jeffrey Epstein documentary on Netflix, that little mini series thing, I only got to watch the first part of like the first episode, right? But the interesting thing that I found about that was the questions that they asked him in the deposition and the way he responded, right? It was very, yeah, it was very monotone, very apathetic, and like, Mr. Epstein, did you try to solicit sex from a minor in the state of Florida? No comment, or I have revoked my Fifth Amendment. Did you try to solicit minors in this state? Have you tried to have sex with minors? Have you tried to do this? Have you tried to do that? And the way he just sat there with like absolutely no emotion. Why do they've always had this, why is a schoolgirl fantasy a thing? They've always put these ideas of predictive programming into the populace and then wonder why people end up reacting on them.
Go to Pornhub. That's all you got to do is go to Pornhub, and that's your answer. That's why they think that's correct.
Yep, it's true. It's always teen girl this, fresh girl this. Yeah, exactly. New, virgin this, blah blah blah. They've set it up to make that is supposed to be attractive. The younger, the better. People like Hugh Hefner were idolized, who had very, very young girls. And, just to know, like, knowing now, how they released those photos of, who was it? God damn it, now I can't think of her name. Was it Brooke Shields when she was a little girl? And everybody thought that was okay in the 80s.
No,
was it Brooke Shields or Brooke something? What was her name?
Brooke Shields was in
you talking about Kansas?
Blue Lagoon, right?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, but she was like a child star, and like Playboy had put pictures of her in the magazine in the 80s of her nude at like 12 years old.
Oh, I don't know about that. I can't.
There's a full frontal.
About Scarlett. This girl was 12 years old, and she starred with another porn star.
No, this wasn't that at all. No, this was not at all. It wasn't another porn star. It was her by herself as a centerfold.
Tracy Lords, though, she
that was
porn star chick that was underage, and they found out she was underage.
She was not a porn star. No, Brooke Shields was a popular. It wasn't.
No,
It was Brooke
Lord.
something. But I'm telling you, yeah, this one was a popular actress that we know today. That as a child, her mother sold pictures
She
to
was the
Playboy
Asian
and
star.
allowed them to do this shoot where she has a shower head and she's completely full frontal nude. And everybody thought this was the greatest thing since sliced bread.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, I know about the Tracy Lords story where she was in adult films when she was, I think, 16.
Yeah.
Correct.
So, I
Yeah,
mean,
Brooke Shields and the fetishization of young girls. Yeah, it was Brooke Shields, y'all. Brooke
Was it?
Shields, when she
Yeah.
was a child, was put into Playboy magazine. Her mother sold the pictures when she was like 10 years old.
What?
The most surprising detail after Hefner's death that was Brooke Shields had featured in a Playboy publication called Sugar and Spice when she was only aged 10 years old in 1975. Photographer Gary Gross received $450 to take the photographs of a heavily made-up Shields posing naked in a bathtub. The Sugar and Spice series of books, which the images appeared in, promised a surprising sensuous images of women from contemporary photographers, coding them as artistic. The ongoing
Oh, there you
controversy
go.
about the images,
Right.
particularly once Shields was old enough that she realized she did not want them in the public domain, affected Gross's career as a fashion photographer, and he eventually became a dog trainer. Yet the
But
fallout
see-
from the exploitative images did not significantly tarnish the Playboy name or Hugh Hefner. Shields was featured on the cover of Playboy in 1986 at age 21.
But see, that's where the sticky waters come in, is that it's artistic. If it's
Correct.
artistic and they're underage, then it's okay.
See, and that's when they, after that, though, they actually made a law to publish a nude photograph of a model aged under 18. Back then, there was no laws, and it didn't matter
No.
if the model parent gave
Right.
consent. But she did
Correct.
give consent
Yeah.
to do this. And so
Anyways,
that's
yeah.
the whole point. This has been pushed since 1975, like at
Well,
least in popular
even-
culture, to a level where it was kind of cool and, you know, out there kink, but it was more for a kink for the rich and not necessarily for everybody else, because otherwise you're just like a West Virginia cousin fucker. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
that's
But-
how they act.
But even before that, I mean, look at like Shirley Temple. Look at the way she
Right.
was dressed the entire time.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's back in the
No,
40s,
it goes way.
you know.
It's been around for
Yeah,
a very
the
long
super
time.
short
It has
dresses on
different
little
cycles and
girls where
different
their
variations.
panties
felt
would
like I
peek
would go off
out,
of one.
and
Like,
yeah.
don't
I mean,
know.
think about it. In the '90s, what was it? It was all the little pop princesses. It was "Oops, I Did It Again." It was Britney
Right.
Spears. It was
School
Christina
program.
Aguilera. It was like there's always a different variation of basically the same sort of thing, because it's always been there. This weird idolization of like the young and the fresh.
Yeah, there's a weird episode of Johnny Carson. I don't know if you guys have ever seen it with Drew Barrymore.
Oh,
Yeah,
God, I
where
just
like,
aged myself.
but there's a Johnny Carson episode with Drew Barrymore from when she was a little girl, and they're talking to her, and like even the shit that Johnny Carson says, like, oh, I would take you out,
Oh, yeah.
and this or that, or, you know, just like real sexual innuendo talking to this little girl. And like the way
Well-
she talked about Steven Spielberg, I swear to God that man abused her, because there's
Yeah.
no way in hell you would talk about another adult like that, even
No,
if you
remember,
were as
she
a
is
child
part
in a
of-
special situation.
She is part of the entire Barrymore legacy, but beyond that,
Yeah.
remember, she flashed herself to David Letterman at one point.
That is true.
I did not know that.
Yeah,
See, I would have been
she
too
flashed
young
her
at
boobs
that
to David
time to
Letterman.
know.
I mean, not when, I mean, she was like, what, I think 24, 25, I think maybe. I don't
Right.
know. I
Yeah,
don't know
no.
how.
Hey, but
She is
isn't
not
she in her
fucking right.
40s now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, see, I would have been like 10 years old. So,
That's something that I would have seen about remembering about that with Letterman. That's interesting, you see. And so there's a lot of people, Corey Feldman, a lot of people have come out and said, that Orlando Jackson, he's a African American actor, black actor from the Disney Channel, who claims that he was abused by other people in the industry. And then they called him basically a drug addict and put out one of those cancel culture stories that ruined his career.
Yep. And
Do you
basically,
guys
no
follow?
one.
Does anybody follow Gematria at all?
Who?
the
A little
code?
bit.
Okay.
Gematria, like what, like
Uh,
like it's a coding of numbers
Yeah,
that
the four
that
different
mean
coding.
things.
Yeah.
Oh, no, not
Is
me.
no,
No.
because with the whole pedo gate and the way everything's going on, if you get into Gematria, the shit is crazy. And the guy I follow on YouTube, like anything, you'll find somebody to disagree at some point. You know what I mean? And he takes it
Right.
all into like the Zionist Jew control. And I just like to think it's the elite money fucking pig fuckers in control.
Well,
Well, and that's what we see.
that's the
And that,
society we live in.
Yeah.
Right.
it's built off the
But
backs of those people
it's so
and their
crazy
weird,
with all
gross
the
fetishes.
sacrificial things when you get into like the numbers, like with the college football championship this year with Joe Burrow and all the similarities from shit. His number
Right.
just all over the board, and that number meaning this, and then that was like the same numbers if you use gematria during the impeachment trials, and just shit gets crazy.
There's a
Well,
lot of interesting patterns you could say out
Yeah,
of that.
Yeah.
yeah.
It's,
It's like they wave it in your face, as you know what I mean, as you're saying with the
No, they
media.
have to do it out in the
Yeah,
open. Now,
and that's
see,
what I'm
that's the
saying.
one thing
They
about
don't
the
do it just
elite, the
out in the open.
cabal, the New World Order. They have to technically evil in general. Let's just call it evil.
Yeah,
Has to operate within the light. So they do kind of have to. They don't have to outwardly 100% say it, but they will,
right.
by just default of the nature of their actions, reveal to you their intention.
oh, they do it as a joke now, though. It seems, you know what I mean.
Yeah. I'd say
If
it's
you
more
if you
just
follow, like,
parody.
gematria is so crazy. It's blown my mind. The guy I follow, Zachary K. Hubbard, but his shit is nuts, and he breaks it the fuck down.
That was one of the first conspiracy type things I got into in high school was the Bible codes. And I found that
Yeah,
whole just idea of numbers and the sequence of things that could have predicted things
yeah.
that when ran was just very fascinating to me. That was one of the first things I ever got into, and I became
Kobe thing, some
completely
of the
obsessed with the Bible codes.
the numbers, the dates, the daughter. They're like, they're sacrifices for lifestyles.
Oh yeah, you have to sacrifice. I was
Yeah,
told by a friend who's in the music industry that when you start getting higher up and start making contracts and deals until you be presented to the public, right? There are certain things that you end up, it's not necessarily always willing, but there's certain things you end up doing. They might put you in a situation that makes you have to choose, that then creates some type of chain reaction of events, but there's always something that you have to give up in return.
Right.
Whether that sacrifice is a literal blood sacrifice, whether it's giving up something otherwise, but there is always this trade of, if I get you into the industry and I move you up the chain, are you okay with this happening?
it's literally
And
Jack.
most people,
Yeah,
most people don't even
right.
realize the choice is being presented to them to the most part. But some of them, once seasoned, definitely do it willingly. So that's one thing that people don't realize, why a lot of people don't end up being able to tell these stories, is because the people who try and never end up making it, they'll be discredited before they can even open their mouths. But it's interesting when you have people like Kesha is a really good example of them trying to break her programming, right? And she realizing she needed to break her programming from these controllers and what she was putting out there. And
that to me was one of the biggest situations in which I was like, there is, people don't want to admit about like the shadow government or shadow network of people, but they exist, and that's how these things function. They say, oh, how can the government get away with this or that? Well, because they use shadow functions that aren't necessarily in the government. So then you can't go pull a FOIA request on this shit. You can't go. There's no paper trail. There's nothing to go find, but it's occurring. So I find it really interesting.
Yeah, no, and
Right.
but
I don't
the
know what
government,
happened.
they
Sometimes you
are.
just get kicked out. It does happen.
So how?
That was
One
weird.
thing
Hey,
that's
oh,
fucked up people
go ahead. Sorry.
are like these
Yeah,
dead.
sometimes you do get kicked out.
It's real. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, the dead soldiers in Fort Hood.
Yeah,
And
that whole conspiracy. What the
but
hell is going on down there?
I
Something
don't
is
know
going
what's
on.
going.
So if people aren't aware of what's going on, because we got to let the listeners know who will be like,
Okay.
what the hell is this they're talking about? So if people
Right.
aren't aware, down in Fort Hood, Texas, there has been a string of
Oh,
missing and or murdered people that keep occurring
yep.
that nobody has answers for. And these are all crimes that are like either being committed on base, they believe, or outside of base. But the whole connection is they're all soldiers, right? And they're all from Fort Hood. And something is not right down there, and the top brass is keeping their lips real tight shut. But something is going on.
There's probably a
Um,
clique, and it's easy to operate on base. You wouldn't believe, because I got kicked out. You know what I mean? I made sure I got kicked out when 9/11 happened when I was in boot camp. I was like, get me the fuck out.
Right,
So,
right.
it was all peacetime, and then Bush got elected and started his daddy's
Oh
war
yeah,
again.
it would have been time to go. Yeah, it would have been time to go. I'd be like, nope.
Yeah, so I got the fuck
no,
out.
Fort Hood
And,
there's crazy stuff that happens there.
yeah, no, there's
Ooh,
like
what
I'm
do you
saying,
know about
there's
it?
I
I feel like
dated
you
a
know
girl who
something
was
the way that you
stationed
say.
there.
No, I don't know too much. I don't know like people in details, but I know how military bases operate and how relaxed like MPs are with like on and off base and moving shit
Yes, they
around.
are.
Not hard.
Right.
Because
It's the
going
culture.
on and off base while unauthorized absence, on and off. I had 4 different rooms. They didn't know what room I stayed in a web barracks. Like I just kept
Right.
racking up unauthorized absence charges and did what I had to do.
Right,
Yeah,
right. See, that
But I
makes
was still
sense.
moving on base, on and off base, using my card for food, you know what I mean? Getting paid,
Right.
just doing whatever.
yeah. Like I alluded to, I dated a girl who was stationed there, and let me tell you, the story she has told me of things that she got away with there, it would
Pretty
make
insane.
a great movie for Pornhub. Let me tell you that.
Nice.
Right.
Nice.
So if that type of shit is going on, who could even imagine in their wildest dreams what
Yeah,
else
no,
is
Right.
happening?
military bases are big fucking orgies. It's crazy.
Well, not only that, it's the mental conditioning that everybody's put through to have their minds broken that then create potential instability, because the way that the military model is supposed to work is to be very checked and very rigid and very on top of you at all times. When you have a
Yeah.
base as big as Fort Hood, you can't be on top of all these people. As you said, you had 4 different rooms. They didn't even know where the fuck you were. So how are they
And they
supposed to
were
keep
rooms
on
they
top of
gave me.
anything?
And they were rooms
Right.
they kept giving me. I'd turn myself in. They'd say, go to this room. So I'd still check if my other room would work. And I'd use both rooms. And then,
But see,
See,
that
so
that
I
that
mean
that that is something that to me it really pisses me off, because I mean
they're
I
fallible.
have first knowledge, well, I guess hearsay first knowledge of things that have happened there, and it's like, wow, why are we bringing down females to this
Yeah.
point that because I mean it to me, I was like, she's like, oh, it was fine, it was great, it was okay, I enjoyed it. And it's
No,
like,
you didn't enjoy
no, you
being gang
didn't.
banged by all these
Right,
dudes on base. Like, you did
right.
not enjoy
Right.
that because I know exactly what's going on with depraved minds in there. And the way that their minds are broke down and conditioned to think and react is very primal, very visceral. And so it doesn't surprise me that we hear very, potentially horrendous things happening. We don't know what type of mental trauma they've been through. We don't know how many tours some of these people have been on. And if the culture is allowing it, now you have this whole, it's like the police. You have this whole tainted culture that's been allowed from the top down. And so everybody gets away with what they can.
Right. Exactly.
Yep.
It's
I mean,
dangerous. And somebody's going to have to figure out what's going on down there at Fort Hood, but I don't think people really want to open that box of worms just hearing what
No, they do
no,
you're
not.
because
saying.
what needs to end up happening is you need a man who is actually going to be a gentleman who is going to
Yes.
reform the entire thing
Yes.
but that's not going to ever happen
This is
because
my formula, though. This is my formula.
Right.
I've said this when the Me Too movement came out, and I've said it on air, so I have it on record. But I said the only way to combat this whole like Me Too, supposedly misogynistic locker room culture is to have good men who are calling out the shitty men when they see
Yeah.
these things happening. And
Yeah.
that's
well,
the only way that
and
that
the
shit
only
will
way
stop.
that's going to
Smoked up
happen,
truck with his
in
rebel
my
flag.
opinion, the only way that I see that happening is that Colin Powell is going to have to end up running for president
I was
eventually.
thinking that the other day. I swear to
Right?
God,
Right?
Colin
Yeah.
Powell, I was
He's the
thinking
only
was the
one
man
that's
that could
left.
save
He's
this
the only
nation.
one.
Yeah.
He was, yeah, like
Yeah.
if
I
there
mean, it's really sad
a
when
dark
you
horse
think
that
about
would take
that.
over a third party, Colin Powell.
He'd be like Newt Gingrich. He would have like that type of revival when he like ran for like Speaker of the House and shit. Like, I could see it.
Right.
I could see it. I can dig it.
I swear I was thinking of that the other day.
But it's just interesting because that's what I thought had to be done. I thought that was the only way that you could actually try to reform this culture that's allowed this, locker room, very vulgar, ridiculous culture that shouldn't exist. But people are too afraid to check it because, people try to act like your manhood card gets taken away if you're not a raunchy son of a bitch. So, I mean, I
Right.
don't know.
And
Well,
that's
but
allowed the gang violence.
well, think about this. Okay, so I'm like
Just that
very new to the dating
mentality,
game.
machismo, the gang violence.
I'm sorry.
Like
Go
the
ahead.
video from Canton yesterday, the machismo thing. There was the 1-year-old shot in Canton the other day, and then last night there's the one dude that's been going around just shooting the shit out of a bunch of people that he knew were involved or connected to the people. And yeah, just went on a rant talking about I killed this. You didn't do nothing. I'm going here. I'm coming for you. Just like a 7-minute rant released last night at like 10 o'clock. You know what I mean? And it's that machismo mentality that even led up to all that. You know what I mean?
Well, so this dude is just like walking around like killing people and bragging about it on social media?
On
Well,
YouTube.
isn't he? And this is involved with the 1-year-old shooting.
Yeah, the 1-year-old baby Ace, the twin baby that got killed.
Right. There was a small child that was killed in Canton, Ohio. And so that's interesting. So it's like street vigilante justice.
Yeah.
And there's definitely been a lot more of that lately.
That's true.
Bodies are dropping everywhere, but it's also attributed a young high school athlete, fucking a stud. He was first team all state his sophomore year. Just transferred to Massillon. Got caught in a robbery today on video. Senior year.
Damn.
Well, but here's an interesting thought for you, is that we're all from different areas of the United States.
Yeah.
We're all seeing different kind of stories, and we're seeing different focuses on different stories. The only thing we're seeing here is about how gay pride is so important while they destroy the nation or the state capital. And then on top of that, then the taxpayers are going to have to pay for the cleanup of it. And
Where are
then
you at?
we're going to talk about that. But I've heard nothing of this, and not
California.
even on national news.
Right? Yeah, where are you that it's like that? Because there's
What
a lot
camp?
going on.
Yeah, well, I'm in Denver,
Ohio.
so
Denver.
Oh, are you? Interesting.
Denver's like that is interesting that they're gay bashing out there.
oh, they're not gay bashing. They're
Oh.
more like, oh, the
Gay,
gay rights,
gay
gay rights,
fluffing.
the gay rights. We got to protect the gay rights, and
Okay.
that's why Black Lives Matters is destroying the Capitol. Okay, great. Everybody's
So,
got their voice and their thing, but I'm so glad my taxpayer dollars are going to spray off your graffiti from the side of the building. You know, I mean, where's the point in that? I don't know, but
yeah.
you know, I mean, but once again, like I said, is that like there's different things in different areas that are being focused on, and then when you get into the national news, it's like things that are going on in Ohio are one thing, things that are going on in
Ronavirus.
Iowa are one thing, but it's not making the national news. What's making the national news? Oh my God, there's more riots happening over here in New York City, and Washington, D.C. is under fire because Donald Trump's wig is falling off his head. You know,
Right.
You
I
know
mean,
what? I will say this though, because I heard someone bring up Baby Ace.
Right.
Yeah, I did.
You know, and we've actually found out. And I'm going to sit up now because I'm hurt and laying down. Mom's sitting on my feet. You know, is we found out the murders of Ace and the two adults are connected.
Oh yeah.
And-
Did you not see that video last night?
Yeah, well, let me finish this. So watch this. I haven't said anything in a while. It's been kind of let y'all talk.
Yeah, you've been quiet.
I want to sit up.
he's been having a smoke and a pancake.
You know, so I just kind of letting y'all talk a little bit while I kind of get myself decompressed and talking to my mom. You know, with the Baby Ace situation, that was sad. We had the candlelight vigil for Baby Ace this past week. And I cried. You know, because Baby Ace was around my son's age.
Yeah.
Do you have multiple StreamYards up right now?
I only have one StreamYard up. There's 5 of us here.
Yeah, I know, but you're echoing. But anyway, continue.
It might be me. Let me mute that.
You know,
I
so
don't think it's you.
It's probably
Yeah,
me.
it happened the last time he came on with me,
All of you.
Scarlet. When he came on, my mom was echoing. That's why I muted him.
Okay, continue.
When we had Josh, how do you pronounce the brother's name, bud?
Oh, I don't. His brother's name.
Orcel? Yeah,
I
Orcel.
couldn't tell you.
When we had Orcel let the balloons go off, you know, he like laid on him and was playing with them, and I've never really felt like spirits. It really never felt like something like that, but I could just feel, you know, Baby Ace, you know, in that, you know, that environment at that time when the balloons were being let go. You know, and Orcel playing with the balloons, you know, and to feel the hurt and feel the pain, you know, and to feel the pain not just as a regular human being, but as a new father in life. It was devastating, and to hear the pain and to hear the hurt and the pleas to God,
Yeah.
you know, like no one, I get people see it like on Facebook and everything, and I'm not saying this to offend or upset anybody. Nobody can really understand the hurt of the family if you weren't there in the moment.
Yeah, but you can be
Present
empathetic
to
and
the people that
understand
were
too.
there.
I mean, you know, people have had, you know, children be killed that way.
Right. No,
more
that's not
often
what
than
I'm
we
saying.
like to admit. But no, I'm saying like the pain of somebody who's lost a child is like no other pain.
Right, you know, and as I'm standing there as a father supporting this family, which is the main reason I was there because I am a father. And I would have went though too, but as being a father of a child who lives in this city, my son lives in Canton. I am not. My son lives in that city. My son lives in a good part of town.
Can happen anywhere.
And it can happen anywhere, but I was out there supporting that family, as a human being and not as a father. And I would never want to experience what they went through, and seeing baby Orcel with the bandage on his leg and knowing he has stitches in his leg, and knowing that 7 more family members could have died that night. It was a really sad experience to go through. It was a really sad experience to see the family. And I believe, Josh, you were there that night, weren't you? Were you there the night that we had the vigil?
No. No, I was seeing the video of it and that balloon release you were talking about.
And it was just so much emotion, like where I had to step away from a couple minutes because it's so overwhelming. With the child sex trafficking going on, the violence, the senseless violence that city is seeing. This is the worst Canton has been in years. In years. Not
it's gonna be
murder.
like that across the nation, though.
We've
Oh
never
yeah,
had.
this is
It's like
only
that
the
everywhere,
beginning.
This
Like
is
we've
Yeah, this
never
is only
had
the
the
beginning,
FBI.
Dwayne.
This is only in the
Yeah,
Well,
you
it's
probably
it's
have. You probably
we've
just
had.
didn't realize it because
Yeah,
you
you
were a
just didn't
kid.
know
But
it.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure this has been going on. This ain't the first time a small child's been shot. Like
Correct.
it's just
Yeah.
In Canton, it's been a while.
Here's
It's been a
here's
couple
the,
years.
well, Dwayne, let me put it in this perspective, is that there is a lot more that goes on that is not reported to, shall we say, JQ public, that you would be privileged to. There's a lot more that goes on out there than what you see in the news and the media and everything else like that. When you actually
Right.
get the reports from police departments, city halls, city and county departments, sheriff departments, I mean, not to, we're not going to go into this, but I mean,
Can you speak up a little bit, Bud, so I can hear you better?
every day I get CDC.
put your
reports
headphones on or
about-
something because he's super clear, Dwayne.
I can hear
Dude,
him.
Here, hold
Yeah,
on, let me put my headphones on so I can hear because I'm having issues hearing
yeah,
across
because it's
the
not,
board.
it's not the guest, it's you.
I don't know what's going on with my technology now. I don't even know. Hold on.
Because technology is getting too smart that it's becoming stupid. That's the problem.
Yep.
I'd agree with that.
But I mean, I even get reports from the CDC daily because I have press passes and all that stuff. But you got to understand that everything that you see in the news is not what's actually happening out there. Every day there's domestic violence. Every day there's child abuse. Every day there's a child that dies at the hands of their own parents, even, and it sucks.
Correct.
It's shit that actually happens out there, and those are the people that, yes, you got to figure out who they are, and but you can't.
Right.
The only thing you can do is be the better person that you are and try to make the better people around you, or make the people around you better than they're being, maybe, if because
Right.
maybe they yell at their kids too much or whatever. But you gotta you can't focus on everything, every headline you see out there, because
Correct.
there's only going to be about a half truth to it, and then secondly, there's way more cases than just that one.
Well, like the information I was getting, it wasn't from like the newspapers. It wasn't for like, the Ohio Community Coalition. We did have a meeting, with, I think it was the chief of police a couple days later, and whoever was running the investigation,
Okay.
on it. So that's where we were getting our information from.
Well, right, but that, once again, that's just one case.
Right. No, I don't, and I never pay attention to stuff like that because it drives me up a god flipping wall being a parent and seeing little kids
Doesn't
get
it
shot.
all? Doesn't it us all?
Right. And it should rock us all. And that's why we have to talk about these type of things even when they're highly uncomfortable, because it keeps our awareness up.
Right. And it does, like I really haven't really paid attention to any of the news. Taking the whole service.
Good for you.
I haven't really paid attention to the news since I got out of disaster relief. Which was earlier this year is when I got out of it, when me and Scarlett kind of stopped. Dude, and you can even ask me the other day when I was looking at the stuff for the hurricanes, I was completely out of what I was doing. I wasn't in my realm. Because I'm trying to stir away from the negative shit that
Right.
the news is showing. Because I know there is so much more positive out there than what this fucked up media is showing.
So
And-
what
and-
are
right.
you going to do about it?
No,
Here's
you're
my
right,
question
because
for you. What are you going to do about it?
Yep.
I'm trying to be the better change that the world needs to see.
Okay.
If you go back to a song, and I'm going to song reference the fuck out of this here for a minute.
Good. Go for it. That's the best reference ever.
If you go back to Michael Jackson, Man in the Mirror,
Yeah.
you go
Yeah.
back to that song, he's like, I'm asking him to change his ways. And if no message could be any clearer, you got to stand up and be the change you want to see in the world.
Yeah, no, that was always the hit as a kid, man. That
Yeah.
was the jam.
And
Yeah,
that song
that's
resonates with me through the shit. And I'm going to go on a soapbox right here for a minute. So, y'all
There
bear
you go.
with me.
Look out, everybody.
So with all the shit going on, and and I'm tired, for fucking months, and I love this number, but for fucking months, I was reporting on fucking coronavirus. I was reporting fucking protests. I was reporting on the fucking lockdowns, the quarantines, how many fucking cases were popping up in the fucking world. And I loved it, but now I'm fucking sitting here going like, when the fuck is the time really for us to fucking stand up and be the fucking, we talk about
I
being-
know.
we
I've
talk
been
about
doing
being the
this shit
fucking
now for
change.
5 years on
Hey,
air,
let-
and it's hard to get people to actually have action. That's the hardest part.
Like watch the rant though. Like we all talk about wanting to change, right? And I'm not saying this is about any particular person in this chat. Don't take it that way. I
Oh,
promise
you're
that's not
talking
what I'm
about
saying.
me. I get it. I get it. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, very good.
Is people, if you want to fucking see the change and be the fucking change you want, stand the fuck up and stop running off the fucking cocksucker and fucking stand up and do something about it.
Right?
Yeah.
Because actions at this point speak louder than fucking words. If you want to see people stop fucking dying, then stand up and fucking do something about it.
Okay. Can I interject for 1 second though?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
But there are people who are out there who are standing up for what they believe. Okay.
True.
But are they going to further extremes than they actually need to?
No.
Right. Right. That's a good point. Are they overkilling the situation?
And I believe some are. But my point is there are good people out there being that change that this world needs to see. But then we have these, what me and Scarlett call keyboard warriors, or AKA trolls,
Trolls.
which I've dealt with
Trolls.
a couple. I've dealt with a couple already tonight on YouTube. That's been the funnest one.
Yeah.
But my thing is like, you have these people sitting behind a phone, sitting behind a laptop or a phone like we are, and saying, well, this needs to stop. This needs to stop. Well, why not let your voice be heard? Why not
Well,
go to
yeah.
your city?
How I
Like, why
joined
not?
the stream, trying to get information on how to get into a positive way of change. You know what I mean?
Right. You know,
So
and
there are more and more each day.
right. And as a young man, and I'm only 22 years old,
Yeah. See, I'm 37. Look how long it took to stand up.
you know,
I'm
I've
42,
been
so
I've been through hell as a kid. You know, Scarlett and Tilo know my story. You know, sexually abused by my dad, beat by my dad. My dad took his own life. You know, as in and out of the judicial system as a juvenile, I was considered a statistic. I was considered one of them people that were going to be dead by 21, 22 years old, either by drugs or alcohol. And thank God, I just literally came up on 6 months on the 22nd. But that's not the point. You know, some of these teens are, and I'm going to target the teen community now because I've been at that point. All these teens have statistics, and what is that doing for them?
no,
Scarlett,
but
Scarlett, do you see where I'm going?
I do.
I think you make a very valid point, though.
He does.
Is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think your valid point at this point is that, I mean, there's so many teens out there, they're so lost. And I mean, I'm 40, well, I said 42, I'm actually 43. I keep forgetting I just had a birthday, but I mean, I was 16 smoking weed, and didn't know where my life was going. I thought I was going to be a big rock star and all this stuff, and my life was so, at that point, so uncertain, and it's still that point for everybody who's young.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, and like, if we actually try to help these teens, because statistically proven, most teen males don't have a father figure.
Where do you come up with that?
I've dug into this ever since my dad has died.
Okay.
Ever since my dad committed suicide in 2008, I've done my digging. Most men that are growing up that don't have a father figure are going to end up in
like
gangs.
80% of black homes don't have a father figure, and that's a
Correct.
national statistic.
Yeah,
They're going to end up in
actual
gangs.
statistic.
They're going to end up in gangs, prison, dealing dope. You know, they're going to be a statistic for the rest of their life. But us younger people that has been there, and was considered a statistic like me, we need to step up and show these youngins a way to go.
Because I think I've found the movement. You know what I mean? Like I said, I've been brainstorming, talking with other people, trying to see how to get everybody to come together and how to try to, and it's called Protest for the Five. And the education, healthcare, equality, police reform. Hold on, what was that for? And education, healthcare, equality, police reform. God damn it. I can't think of the five. Damn it. But there's five. And like so many things fall under each umbrella.
But where does the responsibility really lie? That's the question.
Well, they say in the legislative area.
Does it really, though?
Correct.
And see, that's where we kind of, earlier we're bashing because it's such a weird point in fucking America's timeline. It is that point in the timeline where shit is, my word is fucky.
Fucky. Yeah, fucky shit. I always say fucky shit. That's my shit.
Yeah.
Back me up,
it's all
TLO and
fucky, like,
Dwayne. Is that not my word? Fucky shit.
yeah,
But you got to
fucky.
think about it though. Is like, I mean, is it? I mean, one of the things. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm kind of stuck on this recently, but they keep talking about police reform, and yes, I agree with it. Is that there are too many combat vets that are becoming police officers
Well,
because that's what
Correct.
they're suited for, and
yeah,
they're
they
like
don't even get the
still in that
MPs, they get the
mindset,
infantry.
right? So you got that, but then again, where does it come to personal responsibility of don't break the law, asshole?
Well, this
You
all
know?
comes with education because we know our education system sucks. If you're from an inner city school, it
Yeah.
It's next to
sucks.
nothing.
Well, and what do you do with tyrannical laws, though? Because you're not supposed to, allow those to exist. So how do you mitigate, tyrannical laws that
What do you mean?
are, inappropriate? Tyrannical, like things that are unconstitutional. How do you, like you said, don't break the law, asshole. But what if the law is unconstitutional?
Yeah.
Like in what sense though? I mean, which ones are you referring to?
Why would it have to be a specific one if it's unconstitutional? The fact that it goes against the Constitution should just be enough to say, well, what would you do if there's a law that shouldn't exist?
Well, I mean,
Because
there's lots of laws that shouldn't exist. I mean, there's laws in Texas that state that you're supposed to have windshield wipers, but you're not required to have a windshield. I mean,
Well,
I mean,
just
things
like
like
in
that.
Minneapolis on the city charter, they're still in the city charter to purchase a home that they're not supposed to sell to colored people in the city of Minneapolis. Things
Right.
like that. Like,
Right.
how do you tell
Archaic
people if
laws.
somebody wanted to enforce that, you know what I mean? Then what would you do? That's the whole point too, is like, yes, people say, oh, well, then don't break the law, don't do this or that. But a lot of people, like Elijah McClain, who was killed, was minding his
Hey
own
guys,
business.
can
And
you hear my
was
mom?
attacked.
How about a lot of traffic laws?
No.
How severe they make some traffic
Hey
laws?
guys,
Well, let him respond. First, let him respond, though, to my
Okay.
question first before we bring in
hey guys,
another.
give me
Yes, Dwayne, we can hear you, but let him respond to the question that he asked, that I asked, and that I posed first. Like, what do we do when people are minding their own business and then the law comes to them? You see, so that's an issue too. You say, oh, well, just don't break the law, but that doesn't always work.
We lose him?
No, I think that was toward
think it's been
you,
free.
Freak Child. Yeah, that was
Oh,
for you.
towards
Like, what do
me.
you do for things like that, where they were minding their own business? They didn't break a law necessarily, but the law came to them or intertangled with them. How do
Oh,
you mitigate things of that sort?
oh man.
Breonna Taylor.
Yeah, that's and see, and there again, that's just such a sticky situation because it's
It
like,
is.
Is
Because
it
you'd like to
laws?
think that everybody could just follow along. Like you
Well,
said,
is it
just
laws
don't
or
break the
norms?
law, just do things right.
But
Well,
once
But
again,
that
is
doesn't
it
with
always
laws,
healthcare,
work.
norms, sports?
illness,
What is
like
it? I mean,
they can treat
that's
people's
the whole
mental
thing.
illness
Sorry, go ahead, Josh.
under my umbrella. Like you're worried. Like if we get like education and people's like mental illness and drug abuse, like the war on drugs needs to end. Like decriminalize the shit.
Well, education is going to be the only way that we replace these ideas that we have now. And when
Yeah.
our idea of education for most students comes out of a book or a specific curriculum or specific written
Yeah.
point of view, there's
It's
no
the
critical thinking to
bring you to
allow it
prison
to be developed.
to a fucking a mindless goon and yeah.
Well, well, and here's the thing: is you bring up. Sorry, I just had a moment of thought in there, but like I was in college in a critical thinking class. I got an F on an article that I was supposed to write about my own opinion. It actually happened.
Wow. That's
And it's like,
deep.
yeah, and it's like, wow. You asked for an opinion paper on this subject and you gave me an
It's
F.
on my opinion
How
of
do
my
you
opinion.
give me a? You're right.
Right. And
They're
I
fucking
fought that tooth and nail, and eventually I got an A in that class. But anyway,
right.
but I mean, it's still but you bring up critical thinking. It's like, does that even exist anymore?
No, well, that's that part of the brain that, like, once it's taught something in a way of thinking, you can't try to alter that way. It feels attacked and
But
it puts
isn't
its
that
defenses up.
assimilation?
Kinda. Yeah, no, like that's what that's what these religions and nationalisms do is they assimilate you to a lifestyle.
Yep. Indoctrination.
Indoctrination. There you go. Yeah.
Like, I think the two evils of the world, honestly, are religions and nationalism.
I definitely say religion.
I don't think
You know what?
nationalism,
I don't
Because so
believe.
many people have died because of religion.
and
Well,
because
And
of
so
back
many
in the day, I
innocent
because
don't.
we
people have
stomped on
died because of
spit on
religion.
brown people everywhere.
But I don't believe that religion has actually killed. I mean, maybe back in the day, but I don't think in current times, if we keep it there, in current times, I don't think religion is actually. Let's get past Jim Jones, and, and um, I honestly believe that the government um, intervention of making people believe that things are actually happening, even when they may or may not be happening, is
Yeah,
what is causing more of it, as opposed to an actual religion. I think religion is actually, and I'm going to be talking about this, I think, tomorrow on my show. But it's all about hope. Hope.
yeah, no, hope is fine. But I think you don't need a religion. You need to, I don't know. No, there's something
Well,
bigger
you have
than
to have
us
some base,
to
but
be a good
why is
human being.
religion wrong? So see,
But
see
why does
that's
it
the
have to be
problem. This
radical?
is like a
Because religion
sociology
is
issue.
radical.
It's not necessarily radical. You got to think about it like this. It's a sociology issue when a group of people decide what's morality. It's what, groups of people decide together. And then
Right.
as the conscious collective changes, then so do the way we do things. So is it more wrong, or is just your opinion different from somewhere else? And I bet you we can find, many people who would disagree with that statement.
Yeah.
So it's
Mhm.
a hard balance, because what we're doing is trying to drive people's opinions and ideas of things, when really we need to let people have the freedom to branch out to be in the groups of people that they desire to be, instead of trying to create this one size fits all.
That sounds better than how I said
To a
it.
Yeah,
point.
but
You know,
To a point, though.
off of what you
Oh, go
guys
ahead.
were saying earlier, though, kids need to have, whether it's hope, the sky, spirit, stars, whatever the case may be, they have to hold on to something that their life is going to get better, that there's something more out there,
superheroes and Jedis.
True.
for,
There's got to be something. You got to believe in something, or you
Superheroes and
fall for
Jedis.
you
everything,
gotta believe
right?
in
Right.
Ponies,
that,
unicorns.
that life is going to get better and you can become better, and the schools don't teach you anymore. Schools don't teach you about life, and schools, what they teach you now is all about you being able to pass a freaking test so they can get the finances
Yep.
that they need. And then you have kids that don't even come from a broken home, but live with their mom and dad, that don't give a shit about
Mhm.
nothing, so they ain't learning anything
Yeah, no, you're
anything
right.
there,
Parents
and they
have
grow up.
kids
No.
that
And,
don't enjoy
and
the kids.
that's really interesting that you brought that up, because when I went to the homeschool store the other day, I saw two interesting publications that I picked up for my children that I'm going to put into their homeschool curriculum, right? And it's something that I noticed that, obviously we don't teach in schools anymore. And the book is called like Lessons in Responsibility for Girls, right? And they have one for girls and they have one for boys. And a lot of the lessons that they put in there are just things that you don't teach kids anymore. And it's just really simple stuff that you or I would think is, just a no-brainer, but it's stuff that honestly we probably have forgotten to teach our kids.
Because
And it's just
my
basic
daughter was
things like even how to keep responsibility in your belongings is one of the lessons. Just learning about things that you're supposed to do, that
yeah.
we're not teaching kids, that if you don't have these lessons kind of laid out for them, they're not going to understand why they should act this way.
Not only that, my daughter was in 3rd or 4th grade, and I raised holy hell because these teachers, and it just doesn't happen in the school that my daughter went to, it's happening in schools all across the world, telling them that their voice and their opinions doesn't matter. And I have drilled and installed in both of my kids, that your voice does matter, your opinion does matter. And in this world, and it might not be as easy now as it was, a few years ago or whatever the case may be, but it takes one voice and one opinion that can change the world. And I've told my daughter and I've told my son, don't let anybody ever silence you at all whatsoever. Don't let anybody tell you that your voice don't matter. And I've always told him, you can voice your opinion as long as you're doing it in a respectful way. And people might not agree with you, and that's okay too. But if that is your opinion and if that is what you believe, then that is what you hold on to. Because, not everyone is meant to see our visions, to see what we see, and this might be, way not off topic, but, I watch a lot of Steve Harvey and his motivational speaking, and he always envisioned himself being on TV, and a teacher made fun of him because he had a stutter and everything else and told him that it was never going to happen. Well, she didn't see his vision, and if you tell your opinion to a closed-minded person, that can ruin everything. Kids need to know that their voice matters, that their opinions need to be heard.
And the only thing that concerns me, is that, but are these kids being taught on a good foundation in these homes so that they can have a strong opinion of themselves that's based in, actual reality and actual, being in touch with the world, reading the room, so to speak? Because I feel like a lot of these young people are coming out of left field with ideas that are not practical, probable, or are really kind of pretentious. And so we've got to be careful too that we're teaching our kids balance in some of these ideas too, because a lot of people now are making it kind of like a my way or no way type of deal. Kids now are trying to say, we run the world and screw you old people and we're going to do whatever we want. And, but I get what you're saying though, that more kids and more people. And my mom always taught me to fight for what's right and stand up for it, even if you have to stand
and that's
alone.
with my daughter too. And I've, raised, if you see someone getting bullied, you stick up for them, and, but you do everything with respect and you build that strong foundation, and I've never hid the world from either one of my kids. I've shielded them from some things, but, to prepare your kids for the world, you have to let them see what's going on in this world.
Right, but you also got to let them form their own opinions at the same time.
Oh yeah, I was never the one to say, well, this is what I believe, so you have to believe it. Like when I went to church and my kids would go with me, they had their option to go. They didn't have to go. I never forced them. I never forced my beliefs or my opinions on them because I wanted them to know who they were. Like my daughter, both of my kids have went through phases in their life, and sometimes, some of their phases have stuck with them till this day because I wanted them to find out to who they been, and that takes a little bit of stumbling through life, but with guidance and that's what I was saying with kids that don't have this. And it's not necessarily coming from a broken home because there's kids that come from their parents have been together for 35, 40, 50 years and they come out more messed up than what, a kid did with a single mom or a single father. You
Oh,
just,
I believe that. I'm one of those statistics, believe it or not. So
I'm supposed to be, actually, I'm one of them statistics. I mean, my mom and I had 4 parents, but my grandma took custody of me when I was 15. I have 6 years clean and sober there for a minute. I was, one of them statistics, but I thank God every day for my grandma because she's the one that instilled a lot in me, but also at the same time, my higher power, who I choose to call God, and that's my belief. And, I don't put anybody down if you say the stars, how your front tree could be your higher power or whatever the case may be, but has put a lot of people in my life that has taught me, so much. And that's what people have to be open-minded to too, is that sometimes the right people do fall in your life. I mean, it might not be until you're in your 20s, but or whatever the case may be, to show you that there is a better way. And it's like Scarlett was saying earlier, the definition of insanity
is doing the same thing over and over again,
expecting
expecting
a
a different result.
And that's the same. That's what we learn. That's what we learn, in AA. And some of these kids, and it's sad because some of these kids don't figure that out until they're sitting in prison, or until, well, at least in Ohio, they're sitting in a place like Indian River waiting to go to prison. And that's the saddest for.
Well,
You know what? And can I back off
Hold
my
on.
mom real quick?
Yeah, go.
No, I want to back off my mom here for a minute, because we do, I was in a place, I was in a residential facility, and like, again, this is coming from personal experience because I can relate to this. I've seen kids that's been charged with different crimes, sitting in a residential facility, waiting to be charged as an adult, waiting to be convicted, 2 years in prison and never get their life back. But like I said earlier, why is that?
Well, that's an interesting question that you pose because actually I was just recently watching a documentary on I think it was A&E about kids charged for life for murder or something like that. And it's like, okay, they were 14 when they committed the murder and blah 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 blah. I mean, should they be convicted to life in prison? I don't know. But
I honestly don't think so, because and then if you look deeper in some of them cases,
Some of them, yeah, I do believe they need to be locked up forever. Some of them are very mentally
some of them are just, they're messed up in their heads, and then some of them they just made a bad mistake.
Okay, but with the ones that made a bad mistake, and see, this is where me and the justice system really don't get along here.
Okay.
Because watch this. I'm gonna pick this up. Some kids can be what we call now rehabilitated, not institutionalized.
Right.
Me, I was on the verge of being institutionalized. I was locked up for 3 years. That was my fucking doing. I said something I should never fucking said. I got done for it.
Okay.
But I also had very bad behavioral issues, anger that was out of control,
Right.
other mental health that bounced off of it. When you got bipolar and you got post-traumatic stress disorder and you get ADHD mixed into one, what the hell does that give you? That gives you a shit ton of fucking hell.
That gives you a scrambled egg up in the head, is what it gives you.
Exactly, but watch this. I was rehabilitated,
Right.
not institutionalized.
Right.
Yes, did I get some tough love and did I end up on my back and restrained a few hundred times? Yep, sure did. Not a lie.
But out
But
of
some,
these cases, though, about with kids going to prison and everything, how much of it was that their mom was getting beat and they couldn't handle it anymore, or they was getting beat because their mom was picking the boyfriend over them, or the dad was picking the girlfriend over them? I think of the circumstances of the case, because I've watched documentaries too, and California is known to send kids to prison. But I've watched documentaries, though, of boys being 14, 15 years old that couldn't take the beatings no more and couldn't take their mom getting beat no more and end up killing the boyfriend, and then the mom gets pissed off at the kid. I've seen so many documentaries.
Well, yeah,
that.
but there again, that's all about the control. It's all about it's all about the mind game that once again, that's the way you're describing it. Yeah, the mom got pissed off because the boyfriend's dead or the husband's dead, whatever. But that's because he had so much control over all of that situation.
Well, let me movie reference.
It created all that.
Hold on, Dwayne.
Hold
on, Dwayne. I want to hear what he says.
I mean, if you think about it, is that if the mother of the child gets pissed off that the child killed the boyfriend or husband, whatever, she was already under the control of that boyfriend or husband so badly that she's like, oh my God, you killed him. You're the dick. No, and the problem was the dude was the dick. He was the jerk off.
Right. So watch it. So when I movie reference this, I'm gonna pull a TLO here for a minute.
Uh-oh.
Go back to the Gridiron Gang. Anybody's ever seen that movie, and there's gonna be a specific person I'm talking about, Willie Weathers. Got tired of dude beating the shit out of his fucking mom and popped him 5 times.
There you go.
But was rehabilitated through it. And
But
you know
they
what?
always don't do that though. Like, what about the girl? I believe it was like Kentucky or Tennessee, somewhere down there, who was held captive by this dude who was basically raping her and prostituting her, and then she killed him, and then they sent her to prison for the rest of her life.
Yeah,
you know what
there's
it is?
one like
Yeah.
There's one like that here in Cleveland. You know, and that's the thing is these people don't need to be in prison. See, and that's where the self-defense laws get so fucked up. And like, oh, she killed the person that was fucking raping her and fucking was prostituting her and kidnapped her. That's fucking self-defense in my eyes.
Right, true.
That's how I feel. That's like,
Very true.
a hostage situation that you're freeing yourself from at that point, that, there is no, if, police feel that they can use deadly force in lesser situations, why wouldn't she be authorized and, basically made valid of that point? And so that's why I think we do need to switch to I do like for prisons and the Australian model, as far as how they rehabilitate, how they don't use it as basically a human farm for labor. They try to get down to the root cause of the problem, why the person is there, and help them get themselves out of this point to where they can be functional human beings, but they're still given dignity while they're in prison, unlike American prison where all dignity and sense of humanity is stripped from you.
Right. And I'm going to flip away from prisons for a minute. And this is going to be a really touchy subject, because I know me and Scarlett has really talked about this subject a lot. look at the foster care system.
No, don't even. Oh man,
Oh
don't.
no,
even
let
go
let,
there.
let me bring this up.
Don't even go there, Dwayne.
Oh,
No, because I want to.
that. All right, go ahead.
Because these kids are going. Some parents can't handle their kids, right? They have extreme behavioral issues, right? Is everyone following me
The
already?
parents do or the kids do?
The child.
Okay, but
They
hear
get
me
put
out
in the.
for 1 second before you get too further into this. Think about this and keep this in perspective. Where do the behavioral problems start?
In the home.
Right.
Not technically. I have to back that up for a second.
My
Not
mom knows what
technically,
she's talking about here because she went to school for this, my dear.
because not that where Dwayne was at. I've seen kids, boys that had bipolar, ODD, ADHD. They had a lot of things, that didn't have anything to do with their home life. That things, that a lot of them were just born
Right.
that way. Things, and the parents just dropped them off at children's services and said, "Here you go,"
Right,
and substance issues, it stems from trauma, but a lot of some of his issues too is that whatever was going on at home had nothing to do with it, because that was just the way that he was born.
And so back to what I was. So back to what
where are we
was
at?
saying.
Sorry, sorry, we have a small delay. I have to disagree with you, Billy, on that one, is because there is still a home life problem that created that, and even if it is a medical condition, the parents couldn't deal with it, so still the parents are in a way to blame, because they're like, fuck it, I'll just throw this child away to the system.
Yeah, because they're not willing to get the child the help that they need.
Right.
That's true.
And you know what the thing is, when you have these kids with mental health issues, whether it's schizophrenia, whether it's autism, there's a borderline perspective of so many mental health disorders out there. The only reason I know that because I have like fucking multiple of them, but I don't let them define who I am.
Welcome to the club.
But you have these kids going into the foster care system that are supposed to be getting help, but then these foster parents abuse the shit out of the kid even more.
Right.
And what is it doing to the kid?
Yeah.
It's not helping them. It's either making their bipolar worse. It's now creating PTSD, which then makes new wavelengths in the brain.
Yeah.
And so like it's not just the prison system either. It's the system in general. We can't just look at the prisons. We got to look at the system as a whole. That means DJFS. That means foster cares, residential, prisons, jails. Like Tia Scarlett covered this. Like when fucking prisoners were being released, they were getting fucking child sex dolls so they wouldn't offend again. I mean, Scarlett covered that like 4 months ago.
Are you kidding me?
No.
Yeah, that's not a joke. That's real. They were letting sex offenders out due to COVID-19 and then basically prescribing them, I guess, sex dolls so that they would not reoffend.
Child sex dolls.
When they
I can see that.
Encouraging the problem.
Hold on.
Yes.
8 years ago, there was a factory in another fucking country that started making pleasure sex dolls for adults, whether you're a man or a woman. They felt like, if you wanted a man or a woman doll, they felt this, they felt like a human. and you could do whatever you wanted to them, and dress them and do their hair and whatever the hell you wanted to. And then a psychiatrist, because I watched the documentary on this and I was fucking livid. Like, oh my God, I was so livid. And then another, like, a doctor came in and said, well, we need to make these like children, and we need to make, do some upgrades on them to make their skin feel a little bit better, and that we need to put them in an age range. So these sex offenders, if you have sex offenders that like infants, they will make you and send you an infant. If you like them between ages of 5 and 10, they will make you a doll, and it feels and looks just like a real fucking human being.
Wow.
Bitch don't do is talk.
And you know what? And that's real shit. So when we're talking about the system, we can't just look at one fucking broad ass. We can't just start pinpointing and slamming one aspect of it, because I hate when people fucking do that. You got to look at the system in broad. Look at the what the fuck was that kid's name, Mom, that we watched that documentary of? Help me out.
Come on, Billy.
Julian Fernandez?
Yes.
Look at that fucking boy, tortured for 8 months. CPS didn't go out and talk to him. The sheriff's threatened to fucking arrest him because he was lying. 8 months later, he's found fucking dead, tortured, cigarette burns, ligature marks, BBs, fucking crushed skull, broken bones, fractured ribs.
This boy
said that he collapsed playing with his son, knowing the father beat the fucking, not the father, the boyfriend of this fucking should have a mother.
The mother was
out of
on
him until he died.
And when they and it took 2 days to do. It took 2 days to do
His
this
autopsy.
little boy's autopsy, and he had marks from head to toe, front and back. Most of his bones had been fractured or broken at one point in time. They had him sleeping in a cupboard. I mean, but then if you go back even further than that, there was a book series. His name is Dave. I don't remember the last one, but it's called A Boy Named It, that went through traumatic abuse from his mom. But it's just, and it is just like Scarlett and I were talking the other day, because I called her fuming. Like, I was severely pissed because I seen on the news that they're letting people out of prison early due to COVID-19. And then when all this mandatory mask shit came out, saying that you can do a year in prison for not wearing a fucking mask, but they're letting felons out of prison because of COVID-19 and prisons being overpopulated, just to put someone in prison for not wearing a god-forsaken mask.
Or to come off another topic, like my mom just said, go back to the Gabriel Fernandez case. My mom's gonna fucking hate me, but she's got to live with it here for a minute. They fucking let these social workers in the case, in their supervisors, off of felony charges that would have put them away for life.
They let them off scot-free.
For what? Fucking free. The caseworkers in that little boy's case, the one me and my mom are just describing,
right?
They falsified documents. They said they talked to the kid when they never fucking did, and they got off scot fucking free. And every one of them was looking at 50 to 60 fucking years in prison.
And the mom, it was either the mom or the boyfriend, had even testified that, like, when Children's Services went out there, where was the little boy at? They would tell the social worker that the boy wasn't home, all the while that he was duct taped and handcuffed in a cupboard.
You see how fucked the system is here, freak
right? But once again, I mean, here's the thing, and this is where documentaries sometimes can be a bit.
No, this wasn't a documentary. This came out in the news. This
Which
came
news?
from mainstream media in California. Main fucking stream media and court buckets.
I mean, I'm not saying that it didn't happen, but anyway, I mean, there's only so much you can take with a grain of salt. Now, does actual abuse happen? Yes, it does happen, and does shit like this happen? Yes, it does. But the one thing that I mean, I can say to you, Dwayne, is that you can be an advocate for stuff, but you can't like sit and dwell on stuff like this, like moment after moment after moment of how do we fix something that already happened? Fix it for what's going to happen.
It's not trying to dwell on how can I fix what already happened. It's the fact of dwelling on the fact that how can I fucking prevent it?
How can you what?
How can I prevent it? How can I prevent this happening to another child? How can I prevent another kid
can't.
being raped by their father?
Here's the sad reality of the fact is that you as a person can bring awareness to that this happens. Okay. And the other half of it is that it's going to happen behind closed doors where nobody knows about it. And that's the part that really, really fucking sucks.
It does. And the thing that people want to look at, and actually, hopefully next year, I'll be going back to school to finish none other than my human and social services.
Oh, please tell me you're going into psychology.
No, I just got my CDCA, and I want to get my human and social services degree to help to reunite families.
God help you.
And to be able to stick up for these families in court and everything like that. And, to try to make a change and to try to make a difference. But one thing that stuck out with me that California said, and it's a lot of places, just not in California, is some of the caseworkers in California. One caseworker had 63 cases at one time.
I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom real quick.
And it's just one of them it's just one of them fields that, and I'm not making an excuse for anybody, it's just one of them fields that are overworked, they're underpaid, they're underprivileged, and they get to a point just like a lot
underprivileged. They have qualified immunity. Like they can't get charged for anything that they do wrong. Like they have too much power.
I know, but I'm just saying that because I've seen it with teachers too that have been teaching for 20 to 25 years that should have retired a long ass time ago, but they don't for some reason, and they just don't give a hell. They don't give a fuck anymore.
Yeah, but here's the thing: is that teachers and people who work in the healthcare profession are two completely different worlds.
It is, but the different going on is that they're all still mandated.
Not to the same extremes.
They're all mandated reporters, though. Yeah, they are. They have to report abuse or anything that they see that is true. They are illegal.
My ex is a social worker in a mental health facility. And believe me, what you're trying to describe right now, it's not even, there's no comparison. None. Not even half of what you think is actually out there. A lot of what goes on in the mental health facilities
is abuse.
I really have to watch my words, but yeah, trust me.
I have a really good friend that works in a mental health facility, and it's actually right up the road from me. It's called Heartland something or other. and
Uh-huh.
they have different floors of it for different people. They have people going that just need to be
Right.
on 72-hour watch, or the ones that are um withdrawing from drugs and alcohol. They have ones in there that are for life because you're schizophrenic, and that's where their POA just put
Right.
them there for the rest of their life. They
But
have
but
ones
that's not an actual rehabilitation center.
that
That's a multi-purpose center. There's a huge difference between that and these places that are designed specifically for people who are basically there for, as you called it, for life. There's lockdown units. I mean, there's a place down the street where my ex used to work. It's a lockdown unit. There are child molesters. There are people with traumatic brain injuries. There are people, hell, I'm lucky I'm not there some
yeah,
days.
there's a floor for that place too. That's what I was getting
Right,
at.
but it's not a multi-purpose. It's one facility for this specific thing.
And they get treated like shit.
Okay, before I jump in the conversation, can I figure out where the fuck we're at?
We're on the internet, broadcasting live on
I know that, but what
You
topic
are
are you?
in Dwayne Edward Lanham. You are sitting in the living room. You are sitting in my
Shut up.
I have my pillow. You have my blanket.
Earth.
It's cold.
What
here.
part of the conversation are we on? Like, where are we at with the conversation?
We're talking about mental health and the mental health facilities, kind of.
Okay, I'm gonna jump in on this.
Wait
I've
a
been at
minute.
plenty of-
You don't even know where we're at or what mental health facility
Yeah,
we're
you
talking.
can't even just jump into the conversation.
No,
What the
you're
heck?
not even fucking looking at my fucking text messages I sent you. Sit over there and shush, leaving me on red.
Whoa, whoa.
You better calm down there, Tiger.
Yeah.
You know what? I gotta fuck with you throughout the night. I really haven't tonight. I've left you alone. But I am gonna
Yeah.
interrupt everybody
You know what?
because I haven't said this. Hold on, Mom. If you guys want to donate, please go to freedomrevolutionnetwork.com and hit the donate button. It's been 3 hours and I said nothing about this, so y'all have to deal with it.
It's been 3.5. Get it right.
You know, if you
Right
guys want
now.
to donate, go to freedomrevolutionnetwork.com. I'm not the only show here. We have the original Red Pill Show, Liberty Librarian, Down the Rabbit Hole with L, Clarity After Dark with Scarlet, Journey into Freedom with Scarlet and Red. We got other new shows coming. If you donate $50 or more, it is free.
And I do
Freedom Revolution
believe
Network
that
t-shirt.
somewhere linked on there is the Freak Child Experience. Am I not wrong? Aren't you linked on our website?
I am on the FRN. I do promise you that.
Yeah. So you can check him out too as well.
Yeah, I'm coming on tomorrow night, believe it or not. So
Are
just
you?
a shameless plug there.
Nice.
I've been meaning to ask this. How did you come up with the name Freak Child Experience? I need to know the story behind it.
Oh, okay. So as we
Ruh-roh, Raggy.
we're gonna change gears here.
I need a
so-
lighter note. I need something lighter than what I know. What we're getting into is important and it's heavy, but I need to know how you come up with a name like that.
So, back in high school, many long moons ago.
Hey, it can't be that long ago. I'm 41 and I ain't that damn old. So you
I'm
ain't
still
going there.
older than you. That's so shitty. I'm still older than you. Why am I older than everybody? Oh,
Mom, are you still here?
Sorry.
Mom.
Billy, are you still here? No, she's gone.
Where the
She's
hell did my
gone
mother
to
go?
Take a piss. Okay, so the story of the freak child.
Hold on.
What? Hold on, what?
Trying to figure out where my
Well,
mother
I
went.
guess we do need her for the
Aren't you
story.
in the
'cause
same
she wants
house
to
as
know.
her?
We need her for the story, do we not?
I'm here. Somehow my mic got muted. I'm here. And you said
Okay.
you were like 42 or 43. You ain't that much older than me.
I'm
He's 40.
85, and I sound great for 85 years old.
You are not 80.
Oh, but you
Five,
didn't
shut up.
know
You
when
look
I
40.
spoke in my real voice. Anyway, yes. Anyway, the Freak Child. So the name came about when I was in high school back in 1993.
Yikes.
Dang.
Yeah. Me and my
Old
best
are you,
friend.
young Padawan?
What?
I said, old are you?
I am.
Old are you, Padawan?
I'm 43 years old.
I was trying to quote Star Wars for a fucking minute, but y'all didn't really catch it.
No, some of us aren't quite into whatever that is. I don't know. I can't be Star Wars esque.
All right, go ahead. Sorry, I was
what?
trying to be funny.
No, you're good. You're good. No, anyway, so yeah, me and my friend, my best friend, actually, and we're still best friends to this day. We started calling each other these really stupid names, and then eventually he called me. Well, I called him Skin Boy because I accused him of playing the skin flute, and so it stuck that he was Skin Boy, and I became the Freak, and he called me Freak Child, and it kind of stuck. And then we made a movie in college, and then it kind of escalated into a radio show, and then he had to go do real life, I had to do real life, and then eventually, before you knew it, now you have the voice that you listen to now, right here on the Freak Child Experience.
So, what was your
all
movie
over the
called?
world.
What was your movie called? Freak Child and Skin Boy?
No, it was actually called The Non-Violent Mad.
Interesting. What was it
Oh.
about?
Yeah, and it was probably the worst piece of shit that anybody would ever watch in their life. I think we actually have a disclaimer somewhere out there, but this movie may cause cancer because it was that bad. But yeah. Anyway, but yeah, that's the whole backstory on the name of the Freak Child. It just kind of stuck, and that's what we call each other, and that became my nickname. And beyond that,
Keeps on getting shut off.
what?
My
My
mic
mom's
keeps on.
mic.
Well,
Oh,
quit
right.
shutting
But
it
that's
off.
just. I had to ask because I've been wanting to ask that. That is just an awesome name.
Yeah, there's a
You know
lot
what?
more
Just because we have
backstory
the
to
Freak
that, but
Child in here,
that's more of a private thing. But anyway, what's up, Dwayne?
just because we have the Freak Child in here, we're going red.
No,
It
no, no.
fits.
You have to go blue. Blue is the Freak Child.
What shade of blue?
Blue. There you go. There you go. There. Yeah. Looking nice. Looking nice.
I want to go back to
So,
the conversation we were having a minute ago.
yeah, let's do it.
You know, with the mental health facilities, some of them out there are great.
No, I disagree.
Well, I said, will you stop fucking with shit, Scarlett?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you know it was me? Damn it.
Fuck Scarlett, fuck with him because I'm upstairs in my room and he's down in the living room. So that means I can't smack the shit out of him. So go ahead.
Bang,
Fuck
boom.
with
Yes.
we
I
move?
get smacks on demand. It's the best shit. We'll be in the middle of the show and I'll be like, God damn it.
Fuck with him, dude. Fuck with
He's
him,
muted.
girl. I can't hit him right now. I can't smack him. I can't pitch him. I can't do anything because I'm upstairs and he's downstairs. So
Here's the thing with Scarlett. I can start fucking with Scarlett like this, putting
You
her on
always
fucking
do.
blast.
Welcome to Scarlett's new show called The Night Talk.
Yeah, yeah, fucking right. This is copyrighted by me, damn it.
This is
It's my
Scarlett's new
fucking
show,
show.
The Night Talk.
This
With
is
Yeah,
Scarlett
Scarlett.
fuck
Anonymous.
off.
Your ass anytime she wants to.
He
Right.
won't do that to. We
Oh,
lost
we
Freak
lost
Child.
Freak Child.
Freak Child, come back.
Oh, is he a part of the
And
show too?
yeah,
Or is
he
he just
has his own show kind of going on, and he knows Mel very well, and so Mel and we kind of made him like a friend of the network, and then so his stuff is carried
Oh, hold
on
on.
the network page.
Freak Child, like turn your mic and your camera back on.
so I could
No,
watch
he's gone.
the show from Freedom Revolution?
Oh, god
Oh
damn
yeah,
it.
you can go find it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can go
No,
to
but back to what I was saying.
freedomrevolutionnetwork.com,
Where's
and then I
TL?
believe it's under like shows.
Where's TLO? Did TLO fall asleep on us?
No,
TLO.
I'm still here.
Oh damn, you're
Yeah,
still with
I
us?
named
I'm surprised.
Dwayne.
Hey, dude, I'm still here. Yeah. What? You said my name?
We did. You
No,
were
I'm not
summoned.
drinking tonight.
You know what? Back to our conversation here for a minute. You know, I do want to say this. You know, like some mental health facilities out there are okay. There's some that are actually out there to help the patients and help the people.
The one you was in helped you. The second one.
Mohican, oh yes it did. Yes it did. It taught me one responsibility. It taught me how to fucking be a man in society. It taught me how to not let things determine who I've become. You know, and it also, and I'm going to give a shout out. I don't know if this person's ever going to watch this. My mom already knows who I'm about to say. But Mr. Goolsby, if
I'd
you're
watch
watching this, I can say this name. Mr. Goolsby, if you are watching this, you helped save my fucking life.
And so has Scarlett. We can't leave her out either.
And do you know what? Scarlett's the only reason I'm here. Scarlett's the only reason that I got out of an abusive relationship on both ends.
What would you say?
Scarlett's the reason that I still keep some of my mental sanity.
Well, friends
Aw,
keep
thanks,
us.
Dwayne.
Friends can keep us safe. You know, believe it or not.
And not only is Scarlett a friend, but Scarlett's like another mom to me. I do call Scarlett mom. That's no fucking kidding. And Scarlett's not that much older than I am.
She was 10
Well,
when she had.
She would have been 10 when she had me.
Right.
Mom, are you still with us?
I was about to go to a really weird place with that one, but I'll leave that one alone. Yeah.
We'll just let
Somebody
that
else
one
stop knowing.
marinate
Who was that?
for the thought. That was me.
Why the
So
hell is-
Scarlett.
Mom, are you
Dwayne,
still here?
you muted me.
I didn't fucking
You
mean to.
little
My computer's doing
asshole.
shit without me fucking. You know what? Keep
Yeah,
your
you
blonde
better
ass
watch out for
upstairs.
me.
I'm not fucking with my computer.
You know what? I'm about to come down here. I'm about to come down here and whoop that ass. You fucking muted me, you little asshole.
I didn't
That's
fucking
it.
mean
He
to.
does that shit all the time. He does. He does. He's notorious for the shit. I'm telling you, Dwayne shit. Host has muted your mic.
Don't you do that to my girl Scarlett. Unmute her.
He's so bogus, you guys.
Look at this shit. All I can get is fucking. Oh my god! What the hell is going on here? Hold on.
Scarlett, you're about to see it because I'm about to go down and
She's about to
whoop
go
him.
downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
Please don't. I love my life.
His chain,
Come down there
his
and break
tune
that
changed
fucking
real
piece
quick,
that
y'all.
day.
I gotta add Freak Child
That
back in.
tune changed real quick. It was, oh,
Ah,
I'm a
right.
Billy Badass, and then it turned into
Right.
Mama don't.
Yeah, because you know what? I'm 13. All I got.
Look, you done muted your mama. You need to stop.
Uh-oh.
It's not
That's
me.
Stop
okay.
this shit. Wait till she figures out how to do it. You got to go into audio and then make it. You
Right.
can
She has
unmute
to
yourself.
unmute herself. I'm trying to unmute her. Her phone
Guess because you
muted
keep
her.
playing games. No, Dwayne.
No, it's saying can't unmute your guest
But it
because
has
they
done
chose
that
to
to
mute
me before
themselves.
where it sticks.
Hey,
That's
hey!
true.
To Dwayne's defense, I keep trying to get my damn camera to work, and it's not working. So every time I do that, he has to keep rejoining me to the show.
Oh, shit.
I didn't mute you.
Oh, she's coming to beat his
Yeah,
ass. Look out.
Yes,
she's
yes,
going
it's the
down.
best part of the show. I
She's
swear to
going
God, always the
downstairs.
best part of the show.
Fuck you, damn it.
You know what?
I'm telling you guys, best shit ever.
I'm gonna punch you in your fucking titty.
Being sad.
Stop.
No, Charlie needs to see this.
I'm
No.
gonna knock you out. Mama said knock you
Give me your
out.
fucking pinky asshole. Let's go.
Well,
Mama
what
said
the hell
knock
is
you
it? Anyway,
out.
welcome back to Night Talk right here with Dwayne Laham,
No, Al, don't touch it.
Anonymous, and a bunch of us regulars here on the
Right?
Freedom Revolution Networks.
Enjoy the
Fucking
show.
asshole.
We're in the middle of
You know what?
a moment,
I love you,
and
Jill.
we'll be back right after this. Oh, there he is. And now we return with
My mom just
Dwayne
fucking
right here on
dislocated
the
my
Night
Did you see
fucking
the
thumb,
ticker?
dude.
Freak Child, did you see the ticker that TLO put up?
No,
Fuck
I
you,
didn't see it.
TLO, you
Enjoy the
fucking
show.
He put up enjoy the show, folks.
Fuck you, man.
You can tell this as like a pay-per-view event.
We'd like to welcome you.
Boy versus mom.
$10 at the door. If you want to watch, $10, please.
You know what?
Donate immediately.
You can
now.
PayPal that to us
Who the
at
fuck?
Freedom
who the fuck-
Revolution Network.
TLO.
You can also
What
cash
the
app
fuck?
us, honey symbol FR Network.
Hi.
Bro,
hi,
look at the
hi,
fucking ticker he made, dude. Look at the fucking ticker he made. I'm like, I named Dwayne.
Welcome my show.
Listen, he's over 18. It ain't child abuse.
Right? Right?
Wow.
It's abuse when your fucking mother dislocates your fucking finger.
There's always a moment of clarity.
I told you
after
I
dark.
would. I warned
Right?
you. I warned you.
Yes! Yes! Clarity.
See how I
but
can
back-
put this all in? This is
There is
all-
Plug for Clarity After Dark.
There is 4 people on here. Well, I don't know if Josh
there
was.
is 4 people.
There's 4 people on here
There
that heard
is.
me warn you that I would come downstairs. You didn't hear me come downstairs.
Yeah, right.
Normally I fucking hear you.
You didn't hear
Oh,
me
God.
come,
Earphones.
dude.
I removed him because he fell fucking.
Situational
he fell
awareness, my
asleep.
friend.
Who?
Josh,
Josh fell asleep?
I believe so.
Well, why didn't you wake him up?
I didn't know that was like a. But back to what we were saying, though. you know,
Okay.
Back
back
to what
to serious
hold on,
shit.
hold on. Let's get back to the real show.
Let's
This
get
is
back to what we were
the
saying.
Night Talk right
You-
here in the early morning hours of the real world on the Night Talk with Dwayne Laham.
Lanham,
Lanham, sorry. Always
you
fucked
know,
up.
but like mental health facilities do help kids.
He wasn't
Do they?
asleep, asshole.
You know what? Wait, I wasn't asleep. I was messaging people about stuff. Well, come back on then. I'll put you back on. I thought you fell asleep.
I wasn't asleep. I was
That's
mentioning.
awesome. Oh,
about
that's
stuff.
awesome.
All right, get back on topic. Like mental health facilities really do help people.
Do they?
You should
Look at
probably
me.
ask back on.
You know,
I don't know. I only swim a bag tribe, so I don't know.
look at me. From if you ask my mom from 12 years ago till now, I'm a completely different person.
We ain't going
Okay.
back that far.
We are going back that far. And when the mental health, and then when the mental health facilities intervened, I'm just gonna say this: I was so bad. JROT did not want me.
What? JROTC?
Yeah.
ROTC.
JROCT, whatever the hell it is. No, it's JROTC. I was right. I was right. I just looked it up.
Doesn't matter if you look right. You got to be
Confused
mentally
the hell-
right.
Okay, look. Living with my mother, I'm never gonna be mentally right.
What
Right.
was that?
Nothing.
Right. Wow, Mama said knock you out.
She's
gonna
No,
come
Mom,
down the
knock
stairs
you the
again.
fuck out.
And it's like, if it wasn't for the mental health facilities and addiction services on top of that, me and my mom would not have the relationship we have now. And
Well, you got to
especially,
go back for the facilities, Dwayne, because I had all of Stark County mental health and all of Summit County involved with us.
okay, but they really didn't do shit. I'm sorry.
Okay. So let me interject for
But
a
that's
second.
why you made it, though. Hold on, Freak Child. Let me say one thing because I
Yeah.
do know more about this situation a little bit. The one thing that you did have, though, is you had a mother who fought for you no matter what, though. She was very involved with everything, more so than most parents ever are. And so that's the only reason why you had a fighting chance in hell, to be honest.
Right, and you know what?
Right.
And my mother is to give fucking props to. My mother went through fucking hell to get me help. But I will say this:
But at the
the
end, you got
facility
enough.
in the facility I was in that helped me is not the same how it was today, because the system has completely fucked up facilities. Like, and I'm gonna go here for a minute. Like, dude, you even back talked a staff member. They were in your face. You balled your fist up. You were hitting the fucking ground. I tell you
Wow.
what, dude, I balled my fist up getting ready to punch this staff member, and I was on my back quicker than I could say cheese.
Where were you?
Mohican Youth Academy.
They run it. They were strict, but I tell you what, that was an amazing.
Academy?
It was an
Youth Academy.
amazing. It was amazing place. And yes, when Dwayne got out, he backslid a lot, but I know what's helping him now, besides the healthy, and let me say that again, the healthy friends that you have.
We're not going there. Not right now. I'm asking you not.
Yeah.
But
All right.
that
So
does make a difference. So, I mean, you got to think about it like that. A lot of these other people don't have that necessary setup. And so, there is a lot of people who fall through the cracks.
okay.
Hold on.
So
We're on mental illness, right? And like
Yeah.
addiction. So my sister's been battling heroin and meth addiction for the past 2 years. Lost both my nephews to their respective grandparents.
Unmute yourself, Mom.
And
I'm trying.
she
My
just
phone
relapsed.
keeps doing it on its own.
And to get her pink slipped and into a mental facility because she wasn't saying she was going to harm herself was impossible. You know what I mean? It was fucking impossible. The first time, I don't even know how she recovered. I think, but this time she was in like full psychosis, gone EMS, I'm like, call 911.
Right.
And they took her out to Youngstown. I don't know the facility.
but they diagnosed her with bipolar and something else. And she's been kind of clean. She kept trying to relapse when she was home. And I don't know what she says she's doing good. I mean, she's going to work every day. You know, I don't think she's touching it right now. But yeah, no. The system sucks with getting drug addicts and people with mental illness help.
Okay,
I
but
will agree.
Absolutely. Man, I think
For
all of us
adult,
have some way to touch on this. This is crazy.
for adults, yes, but youth, no.
No,
Yeah,
that's
no.
not true. You know what, Dwayne? I'm gonna have to
I,
disagree with you.
I guess it all depends on where you go and the workers you have, because I've had some workers that I kicked out of my house as faster than what they came in. But I've had, I guess Dwayne and I were extremely lucky, and so with as my daughter, because we went through a lot of in-home mental health services, and I always had children's services involved for their programs that they had to help. I can say we had some amazing people that bent over backwards for us, that went way above and beyond, because we was in what they classify as intense programs that we should have only had maybe for a year tops, because they do have good success rates, and they're that intense and they're that hands-on, that they fought for me and for Dwayne and for my daughter, and we had these programs for 3 years. You know, I guess that's where just we were blessed to have some amazing workers.
Well,
And I'm not saying that everybody has that, and my heart breaks because I know that they don't. This is just the part that the only thing I can do is thank God for the people that he placed in our lives. And I, like I said, I did come across a couple of them, but they went out my door quicker than what they stepped in, and just had a lot of amazing people. And even though that Dwayne did end up in residential treatment, everything that we were taught, everything that I was taught by them, is a lot of who and why I am the way that I am today. And the same thing goes for Dwayne, because he remembers them coping mechanisms from 10 years ago, and from Mohican and the amazing staff that he had there. And Mohican was one of them places that it was total respect, but you had to earn what you got, and you had to earn of it. You had to earn it every single inch of
Every mile.
of the way. And it was placed on Dwayne. For once, it was placed on him. You know, dude, either sink or swim. You're in charge of everything. So Dwayne had to take everything that he had learned. And there for a second, when he did get bad, I had to take a step back.
You know, and I want to say this, you know, and within this facility, like I said, the person that I shouted out, there would be times like I asked a staff member to call him in because I couldn't talk to nobody else.
right.
He would drive a half hour to 45 minutes away, and we would sit in his office for hours, just me venting, me getting stuff off my chest. And I will never forget the day I left this facility.
Right.
I was ready to drop out of high school with a half a credit left. And because of my group leader, because he went through some of the similar shit I did as a kid, I finished high school. I graduated on my mom's birthday, April 21st of 2016. I walked out of there with my high school diploma. I walked out of there a new man. And you had to earn things. You had, I'm gonna go on this level real quick. You had phases: orientation phase, learning phase, lower progress phase, graduation phase. You fought tooth and nail to everything you had. We were taught how to cook. Like we were taught shit that most kids aren't taught, dealing with mental health issues. Every day we were up. Every day we were cleaning. Every day we were going to school. Group therapy, individual therapy. And then we had time to relax with our group. But let me tell you this, the group I was in was a self-ran group, and we ran that motherfucker top notch. When other kids, other groups were having problems, then our group was the group they came to. Our group was the group that barely had staff involvement. And I will remember this. I almost literally costed myself from graduating. This kid stole, and I can say this kid stole a school laptop. We shared a dorm with him. I didn't know that he had the laptop because I graduated and I worked in the cafeteria. I was making money. You made money when you were there.
Okay.
He stole it and looked up over 135 pages of child pornography. He tried to pin it on my whole group, knowing I was less than a week away from graduating. If it wasn't for my group leader, if it wasn't for the person that got me into playing my guitar, Mr. Reader, I would have beat the shit out of that kid where he stood.
Do you really think that?
I do.
Why?
I do. Because they were there when I needed them the most.
Mm-hmm. And okay, so you're what, 22?
I'm 22 years old. I graduated 4 years ago.
So I got 20 years on you, bud. I mean, and I'm not trying to demean you or anything on this, but you still got a lot to learn, because I was just within the last 6 months diagnosed with major depressive disorder and major anxiety disorder. But some of what you describe is exactly how I felt in high school. I wanted to beat the crap out of people.
Well, and I had a valid reason.
Wanted to, but I knew I couldn't.
I was a bully in high school.
But listen to this.
Of course you were. You're a bully right now, you jerk.
When he pins something like this on your whole group, and you almost get dropped back to orientation phase, and would have fucked everything up for everybody. Everybody worked for. Right. Everybody busted their ass to get there. Yeah,
welcome
a couple of us
to the
wanted
world
to
of corporate life, bud. That's the world of corporate life. I hate to tell you this. I've been a GM. I've been a manager of departments. Welcome to real life.
Corporate life sucks. I won't work for a corporation ever again.
You know what, bud?
That's why I'm self-employed now, is because, believe it or not, Dwayne, this is going to continue throughout the rest of your life. You're going to have these jackasses, these retards, these people who sit there and they do nothing but kiss people's asses and make them look better than they actually are, and they know nothing,
and you'll
they
do
will
all the
take
work.
all the credit while
You'll
you do all the work.
Yeah.
But you know what? This facility, you had to put the work in.
That's that facility. That's the past. You got to move on beyond that.
Yeah.
But do you know what? But here's the thing that y'all. Okay, but here's the thing y'all are not catching: the principles, the materials, the way of respect that I was taught has made me into the man I am today. I carry those principles. I carry those values. I carry the respect. I still call people sir and ma'am, no matter who the fuck you are, and no matter if you like it or not.
Perfect. That's exactly how you should live your life.
You know what? And that's why I am the man I am today. That is why I am the person I am today, because when I took that major backslide for 3.5 years,
Right.
I remembered those values.
3.5 years. Look at how old you were 3.5 years ago. 17
But
and a half?
Wait
but
till
you
you
don't
next
but you guys don't know where I was
same
at.
age now.
You guys, and I'll give you a little bit of my history here for a minute. When I'm going through so much shit that I'm doping myself up on heroin, I'm drinking, I'm overdosing, I'm basically wanting to fucking kill myself.
Right.
And I'm at that point. And I'm at the point I am today to where I can come home and I'm irritated and look at my mom going like, give me about an hour, let me get myself cool down,
Yeah.
get myself relaxed, and then I'll come talk to you and I'll tell you like, hey, I'm okay, but I need to get this off my chest.
Right. That's called addiction.
And I'm an addict. But you all gotta see where I was at so bad and so desperately. My mom was on the phone after my sister saw the track marks on my arm. My mom begging me. It took me going to Tennessee. It took me leaving the state of Ohio to get in my life better.
Right.
Okay,
But
where did Scarlett just go?
It kicked her out and she'll come back.
so here's my question for you, Dwayne. So you're 22 now. You've
Correct.
had a life lesson. You've had some institutionalization, and you've been diagnosed.
Right.
And I would assume that you're on some sort of medication.
Oh, I am not medicated.
Oh, okay. So at 22, because I know where I was at 22, being undiagnosed and everything else.
Preach.
Where do you see yourself in 5 years from now? And what are you going to do with what you know now that you should have known then?
I don't look 5 years ahead.
Why not?
Program I go to, I focus on 24 hours a day. I set short-term goals.
Well, short-term goals are good, but you still have to have a long-term goal of where you're going to go.
I can't look at it that far ahead. I'm setting myself up for failure because I've done that before.
But that's a mindset.
That is not a mindset with me. With
Really?
me,
Telling yourself you're going to set yourself up for failure isn't a mindset?
okay, so watch it like this. Okay? The way that my brain works. If I go 5 years ahead, I'm going to lose track and on sight of what I need to get done now.
I know what he's saying. I know exactly what Dwayne's saying here because, okay, everything's going all right. Curveball from life. You don't handle it the right way. It fucked up your 5-year plan, and then you go on a bender.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. So I do short-term goals, and I do reachable goals. AA taught me 24 hours at a time.
I have addiction and depression, and I don't set goals, but I know I have to do what I have to do the next day. I have to go to work. I got to put the time in at work. What happens is what happens.
Exactly, and that's how my brain has to operate.
Okay.
I cannot sit there and dwell on where I'm going to be at in 5 years. And here's the thing of the reason why is because of my faith. I can't look 5 years ahead. Whatever my God has in store for me, that's I don't know if I'm going to be here 5 years later.
Well, you don't know if you're going to be here tomorrow. I mean,
that's right. Well,
you know,
there's a barrel fucking less than a
Wayne,
month.
message Scarlett and see where she went.
I'm going to. Where the fuck she go?
She probably fell asleep.
No. I'm back.
Used the dick.
Hey. No.
No, I understand where you're coming from too, especially with adult mental health. I want to work in a rehab, and I want to work with one to where, they actually stand up for their patients, clients, however you want to word it. and actually, go to court and
I hate to say
everything.
this, but good luck finding a place that actually does that.
Mom, you kind of interrupted me on where I was going here for a minute. Because I took a break to message Scarlett, you butthead.
Yeah, butthead.
So
Are you,
when
wait a
I-
minute, Dwayne, are you okay?
yeah, I'm good. Why? I was on my phone.
No.
I seen your eyes. Are you
Yeah,
okay?
where's he going?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Wayne.
I'm right here.
Can
y'all hear me?
Yeah, you were. Yeah, your eyes were going, dude.
I'm
yeah,
fine.
your eyes were rolling, baby. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm completely okay. I promise. I'm just a little
Let
bit
me
tired,
know.
but I will hurry up and say something if I feel a seizure coming. I promise.
All right.
But here's my thing. When I set goals for 5 years ahead, it overwhelms me. It put pressure on me like, oh, I got to start trying to achieve this now.
So
Now,
what's
if
the
I
difference?
set it,
Sorry, go ahead.
So if I set a short-term goal that I can get done, say like a month, 15, 20 days, it's not going to overwhelm me because I know I have that time crunch.
Right,
5 years
that-
ahead.
Isn't that more of a time crunch than? I mean, if you're talking like 15, 30 days, isn't that more of a time crunch?
No, what
That's a
he's
5-year
meaning like
plan.
now is just like
Whoa.
Just like
Whoa.
when-
Hey.
The
Hey.
5-year plan is like a conformity
He's
system
down.
almost.
He's down.
I figured.
Man. Finding crap. Do not be alarmed.
Dwayne.
Hey, Dwayne.
No, I gotta get this out of your hand, baby. Hey, come on. Hey, come on. Hey,
Come on, Dwayne.
You got this, Dwayne. You're good.
come on. You're okay.
Come on, Dwayne.
Hey, come on. Hey. You're okay. Yeah, you are. You're okay.
Come on, buddy. You're good.
You're okay, honey.
You got this, Dwayne. Hey, Dwayne.
Okay. Fine. Hey. Fine. You're
Come back, Dwayne. Don't leave us, Dwayne.
Hey, Dwayne, come on. Let's go.
It's okay, bud. Yeah, this one's a lot longer than it usually is.
Right.
I can say that for sure. It's a definite thing. Yeah, poor dude.
Well, we all saw this one coming. That was like.
Yeah,
2
we
months
did
ago.
see this one coming.
Yeah.
He didn't
His
see it
his
coming, but
eyes
we did.
rolled hard.
They did. He was very convinced it was not coming, but we all were.
Right. I think he needs to get some sleep.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Yeah. Well, since we
Really?
can't, since this one's lasting a little bit longer than I thought. Yeah, is Dwayne all right? Where'd she go?
I need you to talk to me.
God damn it, Dwayne.
Hey, Billy, talk
Love
to
you,
us. Let
man.
us know what's going on. If you can hear us.
Yeah, is he alright? I don't know if she can or not. 'Cause did he have the headphones plugged in?
No, he
I
just
can't
kind of went
remember right.
down. I don't know if she
I
took
don't
his
think he had
headphones off.
headphones. Yeah, no, I don't think he had them in actually. Because I just
No, he
remember
had the
him.
headphones on, but she might have removed them.
Right. Yeah, see, so then she can't hear us. So then that's probably why we're not getting any. But this is a lot longer than a usual one for Dwayne, though.
Yeah, he should have been up by now.
Yeah, he usually is. Like, they're usually quick, just like from a few seconds, a minute, maybe a couple minutes sometimes, but not this long.
Well, that one earlier lasted a couple of minutes, but
Yeah, but not this long. Not to where he's not up again and not trying to like talk again. Like, that's just Dwayne. He's like right back into it. So that's strange. I'm very concerned.
wish she'd at
Now
least
it's like,
let us know what's going on.
yeah, I know. But I think maybe she went to go get something or something.
Yeah, maybe some water.
Yeah. I mean, he did have something to drink in his hand beforehand, but I don't think that.
Billy, if you can hear us, respond to let us know what's going on. Hello.
I know it's like a cliffhanger.
Right.
Like we don't know.
Oh, wait. Here we go.
Oh.
I saw a hand waving.
Right, Dwayne. Is that you, Dwayne?
Dwayne. Oh. Where are you, Dwayne?
Did you come back? You back with us? Can you hear us? No. Damn it. I want to know now.
I give up.
Like,
Come on, Dwayne.
Just keep yourself in that position.
Here we go.
And you want me to help your 2.5 pound?
I can pull it. Don't use my left arm.
All right. Well,
well,
we know he's
good.
alive.
And you
Right?
want me?
Ooh, look at
No,
the
I can-
hand. The hand. The hand.
There he comes.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, there he is.
Hey, Dwayne. Welcome back, bud.
Dwayne. He probably can't hear us.
You
Oh, here he
can
comes.
have one. Before you get back in
Dwayne.
your right arm.
Oh, we missed you. Hey, Dwayne. We saw it coming.
Hi guys.
Hi.
Welcome
Good
back.
morning. How's it going?
Getting my right side of my body unstiff.
I didn't say smack
Welcome
the
back.
coffee table.
Thanks. I was out for a good minute, wasn't I?
Yeah, long ass time this time. You had us all scared. I'm like, this is like a cliffhanger episode. I felt like
I
a
couldn't.
expectant
I
parent in
woke
the
up.
50s waiting room, waiting for your baby to be delivered, and then to come out
I
and say
woke
something.
up.
Shit.
I couldn't talk.
Tell Freak Child I
Couldn't
said
move.
thank you because I put my head down.
Freak
first.
Child, and thank you for getting my mom.
I
Thank
put
you.
my head down for a second,
Yeah, you're
and
welcome.
so I didn't see you go down.
Yeah, I tell you, this is going to get ratings. This was like an M. Night Shyamalan kind of thing.
Oh, we're not
Right?
done yet.
Just tell them it's
Yeah, Dwayne has seizures often on air. That's why we have that fancy ticker.
In another, talking about my past, I haven't done this in years.
So we're gonna change the subject.
We're gonna get off the subject.
Yeah,
and we're gonna have more fun.
Hey! Let's calm it down a little bit. Calm it down.
Do we need more gummy bear stories?
Gummy bears. I love
I'm
gummy
good for
bears.
those.
Oh my God! Don't get me and TL laughing so hard, please.
I
Yeah,
like to take
we're good.
gummy and stick 'em
I'm
in
a gummy
Petri,
bear.
and they
Oh,
think
I'm
they're
a
life
gummy
preservers.
bear. Oh,
And
I'm
then
a
I
yummy,
I
tummy,
take
funny
Oh my
looking
God,
gummy
Davis, I
bear.
love this line. Oh my God, no, stop. Like, that song's ridiculous. But yeah,
What does the fox say? Ding 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 ding.
what
Dude,
the
I
gummy
checked.
bear say?
Yummy.
Yummy,
Yummy, yummy,
yummy,
yummy.
yummy,
Were
gummy.
you
That's
here for the gummy bear story earlier?
no.
Freak
Okay,
Child
so
or Joshua wasn't here. Tilo, are you still with
no,
us?
okay,
Yes,
so
but I should
I'm gonna
probably go
need
soon.
you.
I interrupt
Yeah,
for a
I need to
second
go soon too.
because
Okay.
I'm gonna need everybody to
Hold on, my mom
go.
wants to say something.
No, let me just finish what my thought was. You need to go to Amazon and go look up Haribo sugar-free gummy
Oh
bear
yeah.
customer
Oh
Reviews.
no,
reviews.
no, no,
The
no, no,
reviews are amazing.
no! I
This is
refuse.
the best
I
reviews
refuse.
ever.
No, dude, you're gonna hear some funny ass fucking stories.
Oh, they're great. It's good material.
Freak Child,
Like
thank
it's
you.
not like
Yeah.
the weird, creepy stuff.
Hey, let my mom
It's
talk real quick.
Because I
no.
had laid my head down for 1 second, so I didn't see Dwayne go down. Thank you for telling me that he went down.
Oh, you're welcome. Actually, all
Okay.
of it wasn't just me. All of us saw him go. So, but you're
I
welcome.
wasn't sure because sometimes his eyes does, do that, and especially with it getting daylight and you can see the shadows of cars and and him holding his attention. Sometimes like he'll be talking to you but not looking at you, so I wasn't too sure. And
Yeah, but it was the whole team. We all saw it happen. So I
Teamwork
just
makes
happened to be
dream
the voice
work.
that came across. That was all. The whole team saw it.
yeah,
That's
sorry,
true.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, Scar.
No, it's all good. We were just on top of it. But yes, if you guys want to laugh, go look up Haribo sugar-free gummy bear reviews, and you cannot have a bad day after you read those stories because somebody else has had a worse day than you.
Yeah.
And I'm about to find a review, and y'all about to listen to one real quick.
Right? That's how we'll close it out. We'll read a review and then close it out for the night.
There you go.
Well, if I can find the fucking sugar-free ones.
That sounds good.
Oh, I have the link. Hold on. I'll give it to you.
We keep looking up the fucking sugar-free ones. Just look up the sugar-free ones, not the fucking
My
sugar-free ones.
tablet
There's
is
the
dead,
goosebumps.
and I can't do that while I'm on my phone, or I'm gonna lose you guys because I don't have my phone set up for multiple
No,
screens.
I'm gonna read it because I need to get myself in a good mind space. Okay, I think I have it.
Okay.
I'm still gonna wait for Scarlett to send me the link to make sure I do have the right one. But scroll down. Yeah, Scarlett, I'm gonna see. Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, there it is.
With host Dwayne, Scarlett, and the other one. Tilo, I guess your new nickname is the other one.
He's the one that put it. All right, here we go.
Correct.
One of our beloved physicians brought a bag of gummy bears to work to share with the staff one night shift, not realizing why they were not realizing they were the famous dreaded sugar-free gummies. Multiple staff throughout the shift grabbed a handful of gummies while passing by, and each have their own near miss stories, but this is mine. The next morning, I have to run an errand about an hour and a half from my house.
I read this one. You got to find a different one. I already read that one.
How many? Okay.
Go
so
down. Go down. You're going to have to go down like a page or two.
I'm going down 3 pages.
Then, yeah, that's a good idea.
All right, I sit here writing this review at 4 a.m. from. Nope, you read that one. Fucking asshole.
Mhm.
That's 3 pages.
I took some good ones. Don't get it wrong.
Right.
Like they were good. I researched.
Did you do
them.
the one? Oh, yeah, you did that one. You fucking asshole.
Like, yep.
All right. So it started out as a regular Wednesday. At this point, my stomach feels like a war zone. Is the name of the story.
Right.
So it started out as a regular Wednesday D&D session. Usually we have Skittles as a snack, but the store owner hates that we do because they get all over the floor. So he said we can bring the snacks. He goes back to the back and brings out a 5-pound bag of gummy bears. So as a gummy bear lover, I go in head first. About an hour into the game, I'm feeling well, so I ask if there's a bathroom I can use. He says the bathroom is out of order, sign and everything. At this point, my stomach feels like a war zone. The store owner asked me if I'm okay. My response with the blood red face, where's the nearest toilet? With a straight face, he says down the street at Jack. So I, with my butt cheeks clenched, waddle out of the door, drive to Jack's. It was so bad I had to take off my shirt and pants. Now, a year later, I learned that the bathroom was working perfectly fine and well, and it was all a fucking prank. Hold on.
Damn.
I feel bad for that, dude. All right.
I'd be pissed.
All right, here we go.
Pissed.
That's fucked up.
I don't know if this one's funny. No, that one's not funny.
I was about to say that sounds
No,
like a
that one's
setup when
not.
I heard about the out of order sign.
Right. It does sound
Right.
set up.
Did it sound set up? It was suspicious as hell.
It's a party, all right.
What the hell was that?
It's a party, all right.
It's the freak child.
No, it's not me. Can't be me.
Your poor balls. All dry, empty, and sad.
What?
Oh, we gotta have a little fun every once in a while.
Yeah, it's great.
All right.
So
Hold on, I'm
I
trying
found
to
it
find
very
someone.
interesting. I thought it was great.
I find it amusing that they still have these available for people to get. Like they don't mind these stories
I'm
happening.
surprised too. Remember when this used to happen with the Lay's chips that had Olestra in it?
Oh
Now,
yeah.
I actually used to really like those chips, but I remember people used to have a really big issue with the
Okay.
Olestra, the chips that had Olestra in it.
All right, I got one.
Hold on, Dean. Hold on, baby. Hold on. Hold on 1 second.
Okay, but I got it right here, please.
There it is.
Okay, I'll stop it. I just had to play that.
Okay, I gotta wait for Freak Child to get back in here because I kicked him out.
I was expecting like gummy bears dancing around toilets with that song.
All right, here we go. I'll just read this one since it's gonna take Freak Child a minute. April 25th, 2014, a day that will live in infamy. April 25th, 2014, that will live in infamy. I was suddenly and deliberately attacked by these evil gummy bears. It all started the day prior when my sugar tooth persuaded me to eat 2 handfuls of these sugar-free delights. Fast forward 15 hours and 23 minutes and 44 seconds, the world shook. A hell broke loose inside of me, a sudden headache. My skin began to perspire and something tore in my abdomen with force enough to make me latch onto my couch with both hands and let out a sheer cry that sent my dog retreating into the bedroom. She probably knew the battle was already lost. I tried to make for the bedroom, but the pressure was so intense I had to wait it out on the couch until a lapse in the gut busting occurred and I regained part of my muscles. It only took moments before the volcano Mount Anus had blown its top. The air quickly
The
turned
volcano
poisonous.
Mount Anus.
The air quickly turned poisonous from methane and sulfuric fumes that spewed forth. Violence and terror are underestimates of what happened for the next 45 minutes. I sustained third-degree burns from contact with lava that flowed eruptly from my bowels. My blood pressure was at record levels, and my body mass was reduced by 4 pounds. After ample ventilation of the crime scene, I quickly took a shower and changed clothes before the powerful fumes had soaked through the fabric and into the skin. I almost had a mental breakdown in the shower after realizing those gummy bears had nearly defeated such a man that I thought I was. I can now hardly bear to look forward to the night terrors and the PTSD that will come of this horrid event.
I'm telling you, man, these stories are gold.
Right?
So
Yeah, but I gotta get ready to get
I
going.
got one more, and then we're gonna close it out.
Okay.
Did you do the chocolate pain one?
I don't know. Maybe. Start reading it.
Where it said it would have to be Chocolate Rain by Tay Zonde?
Yeah.
He did that one.
It says in the case of Harbo's sugarless gummies, the sugar alcohol culprit is maltitol, maltitol,
Maltitol,
which is found, and you're gonna have to help me, Scarlett, because we can't pronounce these. I can't pronounce these. Which is found in the ingredients lycasin. But this isn't the only sugar alcohol that could lead to unpleasant digestive systems.
Ooh, here's one that Scarlett missed. Diapers needed. You ready, Scarlett?
Yep.
You're gonna see what the comments are. Aww. Mike.
I know. Well,
Poor
we'll
guy.
see you soon.
All right, this is my last one, guys, and we're gonna close this out. You ready? I was waiting in the Walmart checkout line and looked to my left to find a pleasant surprise. A pack of Haribo, how do you pronounce the fucking word? Gummy bears somebody had dropped off and decided not to get. After trying to eat healthy for weeks, it was a sign I needed those gummy bears. They needed me, so I decided to get them and ate the whole bag right before bed, of course. A few hours later, I woke up in the middle of the night because the bed was wet. I quickly realized I was the cause of the spill. I rushed to the bathroom and the fire hose exploded, gushing for minutes. I cleaned up the mess and went back to bed, only for this unpleasant exposure to happen 2 more times during the night. On my third date with the throne around 5:30 a.m., a thought exploded into my brain, almost as intense as my bottom half all night. Those gummy bears must have been sugar-free. After cleaning everything up and onto our last set of sheets, I rummaged through the trash and found indeed that the whole bag of gummy bears I had eaten was sugar-free. The reviews are true. If you need a good clean out, this product is for you. And there's one more. It's short. I just gotta find it. All right, Scarlett, you ready? Buyer beware. I thought these things people said about sugar-free gummies were exaggerated. What a fool I was. I write this in hopes that future generations will break the cycle and never have to live through what happened to me in the harrowing hours that were to come. That night, I lay awake in bed, sweating, farting profusely, and unable to sleep because I had to run to the bathroom. The stench was incomparable to anything I had ever smelled before. It was like being anally raped in reverse. To pass the time, I read the article about Hiroshima and Nagasaki on Wikipedia. Perhaps I felt kinship with the victims of the attack because it was like a nuclear bomb had gone off in my bowels. If regular diarrhea is fat man and little boy, The effects of this villainous bears on my anus was Tsar Bomba. At one point, I recalled Marlon Brando's monologue from Apocalypse Now, and suddenly I understood everything. If I saw my worst enemy approaching a bull of these, I would dive in front to save them from the horror of what I experienced on that black day. Woe betide anyone who fails to read my warnings. No, I got to do this last one because this is fucking funny.
Oh my God, Dwayne.
And I'm closing it out, I promise. This was the day my life changed. I bought a bag of those delicious Satan snacks, and they took me back to the past. It took me to the day that Pompeii erupted. Instead of lava,
I
there
read
was
that one. Nope, read that one.
Fuck you.
Satan snacks, because me and Tila were cracking up on
Yep.
Satan snacks.
Okay.
Satan snacks.
Do you read the one where it said my dog had nothing to do with this?
No.
My dog had nothing to do with this meme, and I don't know if this stuff is actually poisonous or what. But even if it's just normal sugar-free candy, please remember artificial sugar is a poisonous to dogs. Any friend had tried to play a joke on me by giving these to my dog. But what meant to be a joke and a rough day with some cleansing fluid turned into a near death of my dog. Wow. Dude, like, if you go, like, I still like the one that Scarlet read, where it said, 1, make sure it's Friday and cancel all weekend plans for good to measure ahead and call in for Monday. Call the city and make sure your water bill is paid.
Right.
Visit your local hardware store and purchase sink attachment for your garden hose as a toilet. Paper will quickly become too painful to bear. Give advance to notice to family members, roommates, and neighbors unless you're keen on trying to give birth to a crushed watermelon while convincing your local SWAT team that the screaming and demonic noises are from you, and a dynamic entry would only bring about more needless suffering. I still think that one's funny as shit. But all right, guys, it is that freaking time. It is 7:28 in the morning.
Explosion. Hilarious. All right. Well, thank you everybody for being here with us tonight on the Night Talk. We appreciate all of you, and come join us again sometime.
You're stealing my shit. Stop it. Thank you guys for joining me and my guests, co-hosts, and guests here on the Night Talk. It is a pleasure having you. I am here Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. I will be here with you guys. Well, I'll be with you guys again tonight. PLO, do you have anything to add to this whole shit show tonight?
Just be smart and be safe, folks.
Scarlett?
Yeah, not too much on my end, but thanks for being here. We appreciate all of you, and
damn, no famous intro tonight.
Well, I was going to. Give me a second. Damn you, Dwayne. From the land of 10,000 lakes, good night, universe.
Or the land that used to be on fire. Bring back that memories. Mom, you have anything to say?
Look out for one another. Look out for yourself. Be safe. And when life gets too hard to stand, kneel.
Love that quote that's on her wall. And I want to give a huge shout out to the fans tonight. Thank you for being there with me through a couple of difficult moments tonight. I love how supportive you guys are, and I love the family I have here, from the seas to the skies and from the great Buckeye state of Ohio. Good night, universe.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
You know what?